Dear spectators, we start in 5 minutes. Liegen wir vor knapp 5 Minuten bis zum Start. Und wir fragen mal uns, ist denn die Haupttribüne schon wach? Hallo? Wie geht's dem Fettblock auf der rechten Seite? Na, das geht doch.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to day 2 of competition here at the Düsseldorf Grand-Prix. We're in the Mitsubishi Electric Halle. I like saying that. And alongside me, I'm delighted to be joined by the former world champion, Loretta Kusak-Thor. She's going to give you all the information on what's going to happen today, or at least some of the big names, and she still hasn't got her luggage. But here's Loretta.
I still haven't got my luggage, but it hasn't stopped me from enjoying this weekend anyway. But yeah, today we are going to be watching the 73s and the 81s for men, and for the ladies 63s and 70 kilos. Now we're going to be starting with the men's 73s, and why wouldn't we? We've got the Olympic champion back in 2012, and also a bronze medalist in Rio, and that's Shavadashvili Lasha. And he's obviously got to be a great start for this day. He's up against Marcia Christoph of Sweden, 19 years of age. He's a young guy that's coming through, and obviously this will be a great opportunity to gain a lot of experience in this match. But I think there looks to be only one way that can go. But but who knows? We saw yesterday an underdog, which was most probably the highlight of yesterday's performances, and that was Theresa Stoll of Germany in the under 57 kilos. And for me, that was the icing on the cake, the last match of the day, and the gold medal went to Germany and was up against Dorsen of Mongolia, which was the top favourite of winning the tournament. And I thought that was a really sweet ending for the day. Well, obviously we also had the youngest Grand Prix winner, which was from Japan, and that was Uta Abe, 16 years of age. Well, who would have said? So the wonderful performances yesterday. I'm not being biased for the women, but I thought they had a wonderful day of performances overall in all the weight categories. So we're looking forward, very excited to see today's performances, and I'm quite sure the crowd will be supporting them all the way. Very knowledgeable crowd.
You're right about yesterday, but it wasn't the clean sweep for the Japanese that we expected. Ishikawa Megumi fell out in the under 57 kilo category. They still ended up taking the 2 gold medals, one with the 16-year-old Abe, as you say, the youngest ever gold medal winner at an IJF a senior tour event. And then it was Tanaki Funa, the tiny little Japanese who took the under 48 kilo category. So it really was a top draw effort from them, given that the last few weeks on the tour and with some of the European events as well, it's been absolute all Japan in all those lightweight categories.
Shows you the depth
and it's all been different
quality
ones.
athletes they've got, and it's quite scary when you think 2020 they're going to be hosting the Olympic Games, and already they're hitting such high benchmarks now at this level of tournament. It's going to be scary what's going to happen in 2020, and I think we're already seeing that picture of how much effort and work ethos they're putting in towards those games.
Right, we've got the first of the contests in the under 73 kilo category. That's the one that Loretta mentioned. We're going to go to mat number 2, and the opening contest, it's a straight 32 fighters in that weight category, so We've got no buys in there. The opening contest features the number 1 seed, Lasha Shavdatuashvili of Georgia. He's up against relative newcomer, Christopher Macias of Sweden. It's Shavdatuashvili in the white judogi, Macias in blue, and here is Loretta with commentary.
Thank you, Sheldon. Right, well, what better way to start this tournament with an Olympic champion on the mat. Olympic Games in 2012 in London, won the gold medal at 66 kilos and then went on to change weights at 73s and took a bronze medal in Rio. That's consistency for you. Now he's up against Marcia of Sweden, and as you can see there is a massive difference of expertise here, and a great start for the Georgian that shows every bit of the quality of athlete that he is, and he's now working there with that Juji Katami, as you can see, trying to work that arm out. And Macias there doing extremely well to get out of what was a very difficult situation, as now he's trying to work. Shows a lot of confidence, this young man from Sweden. He's up against the number 1 seed in this event and doesn't seem to be fazed by it at all. Makikomi there working her way down into the ground. Well, this is the first round, and obviously you're not really got started until you get the first match under your belt. Ouchigari driving off that back leg. Nice execution of the Ouchi scoring Awazari. So already the score on the board now goes to Georgia. As you can see there, the right-handed switches both right to left, the Georgian. Again, that Ouchigari, we saw that just a few seconds ago. Now the Rapani, you can see the lift here. He's trying to gain leverage on that counter.
He got caught up there, Shavdatuashvili, in choice of technique. He wasn't sure whether to go for the straight dump, if you like, or to come up with the Utsuri Goshi, because that's a little bit trickier to change the hip and bring him on the other side. It was there, the opportunity was there. In the end, he still managed to roll him over the hip, and
it was a nice finish there for the Georgian in just over 2 minutes into this contest, as you can see.
There was nothing disparaging about what Loretta said right at the beginning, which was this was going to go one way.
Makikomi there, a lovely finish.
It just happened to be true. Sometimes the truth is hard and it's painful, and this was always going to be a painful introduction for the young Swede, and you learn. You either learn in the club or you learn at an international, and this is part of his learning process.
The Swede's 19 years of age. He's still a junior. He's gained a lot of experience, and he can go back. Well, at the end of the day, he got beat by most probably the best in the tournament.
and the number 1 seed, he was unlucky to draw him in the first round.
2 minutes into the contest, there was little glimmers of real gutsy performance. He was engaging all the time. He could have quite easily run away and got penalised up to Hansokumaki, but he really brought the fight to the Georgian, and
it was
you've
a good
got
effort,
to give him a real good effort for that.
Right, the second of the contest in the under 73 kilo category is on the mat now. Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan faces Marcel Sesia of Romania. Smagolov in the white judogi, Sesia in blue. Here's Loretta again.
Smagolov there with the drop Sianagi straight in the first 30 seconds. That's a good start, and that's obviously showing he's in for business here today. The Romanian really hasn't actually settled down in this contest yet. Good strong gripping from the Kazakhstan Smagolov. He works his feet. You can see that left hand on the lapel, but the Romanian is taking both sleeves, trying to avoid the powerful upper grip that Smagolov has got. Sia still looking very defensive, backing out a little bit, very apprehensive in this contest, really not wanting to engage at this moment. Doesn't seem to have. Well, that could have been.
Scared me.
That was a scary moment for Smagolov as he entered in for the Uchimata and sidestepped across. The Romanian just missed out and skying his opponent for 10. It was so close. I don't know whether it was something that he was setting up. I don't think so. Otherwise, there would have been much more drive off that. There was the opportunity for the Romanian. Again, the drop Sianagi not really wanting to play down in the Niwaza. And we've got Wazari on the board for Sasia. Good start for this young man. Drop Sianagi following through very nicely there for Wazari to even this match up with just under 2 minutes left in the contest. Again, another exciting start for the second day of this tournament. Well, Smagolov has been using that drop Sianagi, and you just feel that that technique is going to be the winning ingredient for him in this contest. Again, another Wazari there. Well, they've taken it off, but even though he did fall off the wrong side, the direction to plant his opponent on the floor was there, and the intention to throw was always there, even to the finish. So I'm surprised that that did stay. That was taken off. Smagolov there with the right hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely. The Romanian left-handed, but left himself a little bit open there. Amakikomi scoring now the second Wazari.
Three scores in this contest.
It's a very
nice
exciting
and open,
match. It's not rushed. It's very calculating. And really, you couldn't write off the Romanian. He's got the ability to throw. He's got that left hand on the high collar there. Really failed to make much of an impact in the type of Sutemi Wazari was trying to get, but just put himself more in an awkward situation. So we're now, so that is Smagolov takes the win with the two Wazaris. A good, interesting first round match. He goes into the second round. But overall, a good start.
Well, coming up next, we've got the young Dutchman, Sam van der Westende of the Netherlands. He faces Benjamin Axus of France. It'll be van der Westende in the white judogi, Axus in blue. We've got another Dutchman in the under 81 kilo category who might be a favourite, Frank de Witt, coming up a little bit later. But here is van der Westende. Van der Westende in white, Axus in blue.
First round from 181 kilogram, tatami 1. In blue for Sweden, Victor Bush. In white for United States of America, Nicolas Del Popolo.
Well, the Frenchman, as you can see, trying to tie up the upper part of the body, is still wrapped between the legs of Van der Esten. Very tall Frenchman, Axis here. Very long-limbed. The Makikomi there from the Dutchman. Just hanging on in the Niwaza. There isn't really any follow-up from that. The Frenchman, look, oh, a lovely bit of Niwaza there is the shimmy waza. I'm not quite sure if it's on. It's very difficult because sometimes it does get caught up on the chin, and as you can see, the judogi across the face there, so he's let that go and concentrate now on the osakomi. As you can see, he's tied up the upper part of the body and he's now trying to as well work that leg out. Well, a minute and a half gone in this match. Very close match indeed. Tayatoshi into a Makikomi as he tries to follow it through. Got himself wrapped up down in the Niwaza. Well, a bit of a chase there and a change of pace from the Frenchman. Stepping up a gear now. You can see that left hand high collar grip there from Axis. Looking to be a little bit of the danger for Van der Westende. Lovely Ouchigari entry, and he continues to drive, changes it to a Makikomi. Left himself a little bit too high on that Ouchi and didn't have that drive off the back leg, but a great entry. I said 32 athletes in this weight division. Just sustained a bit of a nosebleed there, so obviously seeking medical attention. With a minute and a half, leaving Van der Westende.
I always feel a little bit embarrassed when I have to say, you know, a blood injury or everything, because you just get that. Well, I do anyway. Just kind of. There's this connotation with boxing and everything, but this is, when you look at it, completely different. This is a bump, some accident that has resulted in a nosebleed, whereas in boxing, it's the aim of the fighter to cause damage to his opponent in order to stop him from competing. That's the absolute opposite here. It's a total accident when there's an injury in judo, because the last thing that you want to do is injure your
well, it
opponent.
Goes against the spirit of the sport, doesn't it? And it is about it is a contact sport, but it is all about the disciplines and respect ethos behind it, which you can see very clear in all these tournaments. But it's like nosebleeds. It doesn't even take much of a knock to really sometimes get a nosebleed.
Football,
and,
rugby.
Yes, it happens.
Hey, in tennis,
well,
you get hit with a ball, it's going to leave a bruise, and those are not contact sports, and we are. So here's Loretta again.
So Axis there obviously lost his glamour look with the nose being packed now, but I'm quite sure he doesn't care about the looks. So he throws that left hand over the top. He attempts a counter there. Now, the Dutchman gets that because the Frenchman, as you can see quite clearly, as he attempted the counter, fell flat on his back, which means the score will go to the Dutchman. And he went flat on his back, which means, well, there must have been a submission there. Oh no, it's been changed. So they felt with the counter attempt that Axis did, and falling flat on his back, Van Westenden goes through to the next round with the Ippon. Although he's saying thank you very much to Axis for that one.
I'm off, yeah.
First round from another 73 kilo, tatami 2. Please welcome to blue for Germany, Robert.
Right, we're staying with the under 73 kilos. We've got the complete 32. It's nice when they've got a nice round number, 32, 16, even a straight 8. The minimum really that you want is 8 per weight category, because you've got a nice easy number to work with. But on this occasion we've got 32, and the contestants on mat number 2 now are Marcelo Contini of Brazil. He faces Robert Barwig of Germany. Contini in the white judogi, Barwig in blue. Haven't seen Barwig before, first time I'm seeing.
No, this is the first
German.
time I've seen this young man, but obviously got a massive fan group out there. As you can hear, the atmosphere changed considerably as he stepped onto the mat, so he's obviously brought the whole family here. And it's a percentage you need, really, a home ground to support you all the way, to give you that little extra boost of your performance. Contini in the white, and Barwig taking the first Shido just in the first minute, so he's got to be very careful now. He's got a cross grip there, but failing to do anything with it. Contini attacking his opponent down into the Niwaza, looks for, as you can see, even in midair, trying to get those legs crossed for the sort of Sangaku entry. Barwig there with the left hand on his opponent's sleeve, drawing the weight down onto that side. Looking very negative there. More defense, and he's got to be careful because he will pick up a Shido if he's not careful, which would bring 2. So there's the second one. One more would result in a hand sokumaki, and he's still got 2.5 minutes, just under 2.5 minutes left in this contest. Continue throwing that right hand over the shoulder. Barwig, knowing that that is the danger, holding on desperately to that sleeve, but leaving himself looking very negative. As you see there in the picture, he attempts a Sutemi Waza. Now Contini working there in the knee waza, as you see, hooking behind the arm, trying to get the rotation. Well, a minute and a half left in this contest. Again, that right arm of Contini is thrown over the shoulder of Barwig. Nicely controlled there from the Brazilian as he holds onto that sleeve, just biding his time, but Barwig really struggling here and looking totally out of his comfort against the Brazilian, and he will pick up the third Shido, which would be a hand sokumaki. And as you can see, that's always a bit of a a serious sign where the referee asks the athletes to tidy themselves up, and you just sense that it's coming, and I think it's a little bit of a warning.
He looked sad, didn't he, the referee? He did that sort of slowly.
Tucked under, a defensive move, third Shido, a Hansokumaki, and a win to Contini.
The referee is from France. His name is De Roses, Oliver De Roses, and he kind of reluctantly put one hand over the other, indicating to tidy up the gi, as if to say, "I'm really sorry, pal, but you know, I can't help you out any longer. That's it." Right, we're staying with the under 73 kilo category. Tuhar Butbul of Israel faces Aaron Turner of Great Britain. It's Butbul in the white judo gi, Turner in blue, and here's Loretta again.
Thank you, Sheldon. Right, well, we've had some really exciting matches just in the first opening half hour of this competition.
We saw several good Israeli fighters yesterday, both men and women.
Yes, very strong, and I can only... Oh, a lovely, great start there for Aaron Turner. Really...
Keep going, yeah, keep going.
Driving there, so excellent. Turner, the 5th place in the European Open in Glasgow last year. 25 years of age, and his favourite technique is Uchimata.
He's had a couple of stabs at Ojigari, so that's probably his setup. He hasn't got the right grip yet to launch an Uchimata, but the Ojigari has just kept Butbul. It's like a little jab, you know, you
Yes.
keep him away. It's come back to the boxing metaphor.
Well, there's the cross grip there as he stabs across for an attack. He's in first all the time, very gutsy fighter out there.
Butbul's got to be careful here, because if Turner gets in another attack first, Butbul's going to be behind the attacks. Oh, he just wandered off. Just from the grip in, didn't like it.
Yes. Well, I think he's actually just, he sort of got him up cold.
Yeah.
I think that first initiation from Aaron as he came in blasting with the attacks, I think it sort of woke him up a little bit, and Butbul just was taken off on the back foot and is now just, well, he still hasn't really settled in. Very low Tayotoshi there from Aaron Turner. Now, Butbul, even though he looks a little bit, he's 23 years of age. Kataguruma is his favourite technique. We haven't seen that really yet. He's ranked 20 in the world ranking, where I believe Turner is about 129. In the Grand Slam in Paris, picked up the bronze medal. He had a great performance in Paris, I thought. It was very impressive. Well, Turner's not giving him any respect out there. He's going out to win this contest, and full credit for him. He's taken control right from the beginning of this match. There's a Shido apiece and still a minute and a half left in the contest.
That was a little bit over-ambitious, that Yoko Otoshi attempt. Butbul.
Well, he's got himself caught down in an awkward situation, and there's no real rotation out of that.
Butbul saw that one coming, blocked it fairly easily. Just broke that grip off there. Didn't like it. Turner managing to get the right arm up and around the collar and just threatened for a moment, and Butbul was uncomfortable, so broke it off.
Well, Butbul now he's starting to look very strong. He's settled down a little bit. We've gone past that shot factor of Aaron Turner coming out.
Turner had the tempo on him.
He was straight out there, and he took control right from the beginning, which, like I said, Butbul wasn't. I don't think really was expecting that, to be honest. But now he's starting to come back into this contest. He's got a very strong right-hand grip on Turner's lapel there.
Turner's feeling the tempo now. His movements aren't as fluid as they were.
Well, he
you know,
started off so fast, and
yeah.
now it's about conditioning. Does he have the condition to be able to keep going for the rest of the time, and in possibly now the golden score? He started off fast and furious.
He had an unusual circling movement. He danced around a little bit like a boxer, and Butbull didn't like it because he had to chase him. He had to keep looking for him, and he wanted him just to stand there and for them to get to grips.
Yeah.
And there's
definitely no head-to-head here. It was just out of sight and hitting him off the blind side. And
now we're not seeing it. They're just gripping up right away. Maybe Aaron can go back to it and think, if this is a way that unsettles some people, they don't like moving, they don't like circling to grab hold of someone. If they don't like it, we'll offer that to them all the time.
Well, and what Turner has, he's got the advantage, he's got very long limbs, so he doesn't really need to get up close and personal. Those arms can be
Let them
thrown
search
up,
for you.
And he can get a connection without really engaging too close to his partner. Butbull, he likes the closeness. As you can see, he's drawing his opponent in. He's got that real control in right sleeve, and
that was the first time he shaped for the Uchimata.
Yes.
Turner, but he didn't have the strength there to bring it off.
No.
And that little turnover, they've given us a score.
Yes.
Luke Preston doesn't like it. He's talking about Butbull having landed on both elbows, but I didn't see the action.
It was so quick. It'd be interesting to see how that did pan out, but obviously the care system.
Exactly.
It's
3 or 4 times I've seen it already. Yeah.
So they would have looked at that a lot more in a different, and obviously his coach is on the opposite side, so can't really get the best.
It was as far as away. It was as far away as it could possibly have been. Here it is. Yeah, there's just enough turn there.
It was a continuation of the move. It was the counter upper
just along the side. Later on, quite rightly, Luke says he's up, but only after he's been down.
Yes. He's hit the mat.
That's the score right there. End of story. Yeah. And when at the end he sits up, but he sits up having already been down. There is the down.
Well, he's down. The only thing that's actually stopping him from being flat on his back is the leg that's braced underneath his back, his lower back.
And very, very quickly, we can also bear in mind that what we're looking at here is not old style Wazari. We're looking at what used to be called Yuko. He only needs to get Yuko in order to be given a score. Yeah. So there is now no longer Yuko. Whatever was Yuko is now Wazari. So even if he just squeezed out Yuko, which he just squeezed out a Yuko in old money, well, now it's worth Wazari. So, but a good effort, took him into golden score. So
the British athlete, he had a good account of
boy done well.
He done very well indeed. It was a good match.
We're watching the contest between Pavel Zagrodnik of Poland. He's up against Nuno Saraiva of Portugal. It's Zagrodnik in the white judogi, Saraiva in blue. I'm going to leave you again with Loretta Cusack.
Well, yeah, it's nice to see the performances like that, and obviously the care system's great that you can actually really analyse it. Again, these two athletes, very strong indeed. Well, this weight category is phenomenal, and it'll be interesting to see what pans out throughout the day in this category. Zagrodnik in Poland in the white, Saraiva of Portugal in the blue. Saraiva there with the right hand collar on the collar there. Now it goes for the grip. It looks from left to right. You see with the Ouchigari attempt there. Zagrodnik there looking for the Niwaza. Really hasn't settled down just quite yet in this contest. 2 minutes and 14 left. Drop Cianagi just side on. Really wasn't well executed there. Could have been through a little bit deeper. Flurry of Ashi was as he advances towards and thought again whether to engage in the Niwaza. Circling motions of both these athletes, trying to come off on the blind side of their opponent rather than toe-to-toe. As you can just see here now, a real battle of the kumikata, trying to take control of the contest. Well, Zagorodnev there with a grip issue, picks up his second Shido, which is putting him in a very scary situation now with 1:20. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki. Taitoshi there from Sarayeva. Lost a bit of control there, landed on his own rear.
For Germany, Team Grapple.
Oh, Sotogari, but a little bit off balance there. Needed to be driving and head forward a lot more behind his opponent. The cross grip there from Zagorodnev. Well, half a minute left in this contest. Poland with just 2 Shidos on the scoreboard. Zagorodnev looking for the Cianagi, as you can see. Sarayeva there taking that sleeve, avoiding any mishap, but the drop again from Zagorodnev. So seconds left in this contest, which means we will go into the golden score. Well, no time's wasted there, straight into golden score now. First mishap here will cost the athlete the match and a continuation into this contest. Straight knockout, which means you lose in the first round, you're out, having a shower within the first half hour of competition. But it's been a very close match between both these. Very difficult to say which way it's going to go. Neither one really failing to impress. Ochigari there from Sarayeva. So we're coming up to the first minute. 5 minutes these gentlemen have been battling away. So it is really now down to a bit of conditioning. Who has more fuel in the tank? Again a drop, but very poor attempt there. Sarayeva there, Makakomi attempt. Flurry of attacks there, but not impressive enough. I can see, sense that Cianagi coming there from Zagorodnev. Is one of his favourite techniques. Seen it a couple of times, he's been off the mark with it. Can it be the winning ingredient he needs to go through to the next round? There's the drop again. Again, just a little bit too short in the entry. Well, first Shido now goes to Portugal, and he can afford to get another one, which will even it up. 2 minutes, so they've been out there for 6 minutes now. Ashiwaza there, breaking his opponent's balance. The drop Cianagi, and there it is, a Wazari. And it was the winning ingredient that he needed, the drop CO. Giving him the Wazari and the win into the next round of the under-73s.
Loretta and I spoke yesterday on air about the number of contests that had gone into golden score, and I can't think of one, not one, yesterday that I thought, oh, I don't want to watch this. You know, I'd rather be somewhere else. But here again, we're inside the first 35 minutes or so. Zagrodnik and Sarajevo into golden score, 2 minutes into golden score, and yet it was tense, it was nervous, it was edgy. There were things there, and we ended up with a nice winning score. They had 3 penalties, but it was a score that finished it off. And in a way, this really reflects what the International Judo Federation is talking about. Let's see a score. If we have to wait for it, okay, so be it. You go into golden score, but we're not giving it to you on a Shido.
When you think about it, like we say it all the time now, that when you looked at the scoreboard at the end of time of the actual match, Zagrodnik wouldn't have won. He was down 2 Shidos, so he wouldn't have actually even got that far. The fact that he went in and he had enough condition, but he was just, you could see there was a glimmer of hope with that drop Cianagi. He showed it so many times. He was just falling short of it, and it was the winning ingredient that he needed to get through to the next round. He persevered and it paid off. But the new rules have supported an athlete like that just takes his time a little bit more into setting up an attack.
On the mat now, Igor Vanka of Germany faces Fung Kai-hin of Hong Kong. It's Vanka in the white judogi, Fung in blue. Here's Loretta again. Loretta, by the way, is filling out the draw sheets beautifully in easily legible script. Mine is like a spider has crawled across the page. But Loretta's is really, really attractive. So mine are blank. I'm not even beginning to fill them in. I feel embarrassed when I look at my handwriting. But there you go.
And it stops me from doodling. Well, Vanka there is a real crowd pleaser, as you can hear in the background. Crowd supporting him all the way. Fung has just picked up his first Shido for Hong Kong on a lovely Sukemi Waza into the Osakome.
Well, I'll tell you what, whilst we're watching this, it's absolute carnage down on mat number 1. Frank de Witt, the number 1 seed, the Paris Grand Slam gold medal winner on mat number 1, the Dutchman, has gone out in round 2 to Tim Gramkov of Germany. Those are the cheers.
That is a real
done and dusted.
So 2 wins on mat number 2, and this.
Yeah, it's a lift off here for the Germans. They've won on mat 2 as well.
A noisy crowd, and a sea of
it's packed.
National flags for Germany.
It's packed, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, they were queuing. There was a long queue this morning outside waiting to get in. This is a top draw event, and I think, if I'm going to stick my neck out, this is the best Grand Prix on the IJF Judo World Tour.
It's very
best Grand Prix.
The actual atmosphere in here, it's a little bit smaller than Paris,
Yeah, yeah.
A little bit, only a little bit. I think that's a 14,000-seater stadium, and this is what, a 3,000-seater stadium. But what's quite nice here is that the spectators are almost on the mat. They're so close.
Very
they
close,
can
yeah,
feel,
yeah.
They can feel the atmosphere, and they can actually see so clearly the athletes themselves. And for the Germans themselves to have such support and knowledgeable support as well as the Germans are, like the French, it's got to be a bit of a bonus for them, isn't it, really? And we're seeing that already with the results that are flying out here now for athletes that are going into the second round.
Right now, on the map for the first time, a new Mongolian in the under 73 kilo category for me. Sanjmiatav Bayatushin of Mongolia faces Doi Takeshi of Japan. I've seen Doi before, but it's the first time, it's first look for me at Sanjmiatav. It's Sanjmiatav in the white judogi, Doi in blue, and I won't giggle or rib you if you struggle with that one, because I hadn't seen it before. Sanjmiatav.
Sanjmiatav.
Okay, I told you I wouldn't laugh.
You did. Well, definitely a tongue twister, and until I get my tongue right round that, I'm going to say Mongolia, I think.
The Mongolian, yeah. Safe bet. The Mongolian and the Japanese. Doi is not that difficult.
Doi's an ideal
easy
one.
with that one.
Yes, it's very easy, and it flows on the native English tongue as well.
Anyway, we'll do it one more time. Sanjmiatav in the white judogi.
Sanjmiatav.
Doi in blue. There, you cracked it. No trouble. Here's Loretta again.
Well, a lovely Tayotoshi then from Doi. As he slowly ups onto his feet. I think that was the slowest I've seen the Japanese move. Well, just taking his time. It's very controlled and calculating entrances. Got there as the Uchimata, and Sutemi Waza there as switches to. Nice combination from Doi. Sanjmiatav there with the right hand on the sleeve there, controlling quite nicely, a good entry. Again, takes that right hand onto the lapel. That's the controlling arm. Dio to the Sutemi Waza, looking for opportunity down in the knee waza. A little bit scrappy at the moment from both these athletes. Drop Sianagi. Sanjmiatav then trying to do a Makakomi. Switched from the Ouchi. But no upper body control, so really wasn't going to be successful. Needs to really maintain that strong right hand grip on the lapel that he has right now, as we see. Changes it to come over the back, but I think that could be more dangerous, leaving himself open for the Sumigesh that we've just seen. Well, half a minute left. There's no Shidos on the board. A lot of action. But sadly, no score yet. Not even a glimpse of any opportunity. Now, different change of grip from the Japanese Dao. Oh, Takashi there. Doai has a good pistol grip, sleeve grip. As you can see, controlling quite nicely. And it's looking like this will go to golden score. Toshi attempt there. Just failed to get that leg across. Smashiwaza from Doai. Uchimata into a Makikomi there. So a minute gone, and Uchimata there from the Mongolian. So close. Looking the stronger of the two right now. Sanjay Yatav there looking definitely the stronger, and I think it's just a matter of time. Doai could possibly pick up a Shido if he doesn't change the pace. Looked for the Kosota there as a counter from the Mongolian.
In blue for Mongolia.
And there we have it. The Shido goes to Doai. And Sanjay Yatav goes through to the next round of this men's 73. Not one of the most exciting matches, very surprisingly a little bit disappointing there, but
well, you're not going to see many Japanese get knocked out in the first round, are you?
No, and I think this is the expectations. We're expecting a higher standard, aren't we, each time, which I suppose is a little bit unfair.
Well, Sanjay Yatav didn't give me the impression that he was going to knock the socks off everybody. But so maybe, though he had a bit of an off day. In any case, we come to the first of the contest in the under 63 kilo category. Round one, Vivian Herrmann of Germany faces Isabel Puche of Spain. It's Herrmann in the white judogi, Puche in blue.
Well, this is definitely a very tough weight class indeed. And whoever takes a medal here is going to have been very special. Well, Herman there keeping a weight on that back leg as she braces herself to throw that right arm over the top, nice and deep, and swinging the hip through for the what looked to be the Uchimata. Once more a circling motion. Weight slightly on the back. Throws that right once more. You can see the other hand on the lapel, drawing her opponent's head into the shoulder. Boucher doing extremely well to get out of that situation. Follows through, looking for any opportunity in the Niwaza. And we know the Spaniards are actually quite feisty fighters. Boucher with that left hand over the top. Starts building up momentum in this contest. Started off a little bit slow off on the back foot as Herman and that right hand came through, unsettling the Spaniard a little bit, but as you can see, it is a major danger for the Spaniard.
Just worried about the arm there, Boucher's arm. The left arm, that looks suspiciously like a possible wakigatami.
Well, it was a cross grip that the German had done, bringing the arm in front of her as she threw the right arm over the top and then came across with Uchimata. Now, it wasn't the intention of the arm lock, and it was just the way that they fell. There was no lift, which meant that sadly the Spaniard got her arm caught up.
That's the way that the referee commission saw it as well, because they had a quick look. Nothing untoward, apart from Boucher getting up and rubbing her left elbow a little bit.
It's been uncomfortable, there's no doubt about that. And she picks up her first Shido. Both of them do now. A little bit surprised for Herman, because she has been very positive, and her actions, her grips have been very proactive. Follows up each time with an attack, as you see there, that right hand Uchimata in each time. It's been a major threat throughout this contest. Spaniard now looking for the Niwaza. She's trying to get under her opponent to rotate her over. Again, that right hand over deep. Spaniard cross gripping, coming round the back of her opponent, trying to block the right hand, but it wasn't very successful, and you can see again over the top it goes, and that leg comes in for the Uchimata each time. So a minute left, under a minute left in this contest. Shido apiece. A reach through for the Osoda, but trying to switch it for the Makakomi, but lost total control, landing flat on her face there. Well, just seconds left in this. Oh, and a lovely counter attack there from Boucher. Not quite sure. Yeah, she's picked up the Wazari, but no, it's been. Well, they've given it to Herman because it was a counter, but Isabelle Boucher landed first, even though it was an attempt of a counter. So the timing couldn't have been any worse for the Spaniard, who instigated that score that was placed, well, they've taken it off. They obviously feel that it didn't justify the Wazari.
In white for Hungary, Attila.
Which I think is a very good call for the care system to bring, especially with 10 seconds, and it's been very, very close indeed between these two. And just seeking medical attention. I think it's just taping on the finger that needs to be replaced.
They keep offering us coffee, and this morning they brought some coffee for Loretta, but it's languished on the side here, so I think I'm going to sneak away and bring a cup for Loretta. Why not? You know, keep her awake.
Keep you awake. So we are now coming into the golden score. Again, that Uchimata there, you can see the right hand now instead of over the top, and change there. The counter came from Herman, but was first initiated from Pusha. That Isabel Pusha takes the win in 11 seconds into the golden score. It was a real 50-50 on that one, but well, good. It was a 50-50. It was going to be a harsh one for Herman if that had gone through. So it's glad to see we're continuing. Uchimata, yes, well, there's no problem with that one there. Surprising, the grip changed from being that right hand throwing over the top that she was persevering throughout the 4 minutes in the contest. Decided to change it to the lapel grip, and it became so much more effective, that Uchimata, that got her the Wazari and the win into the second round. So great win for Herman.
The next contest on Tatami 2 is first round for women under 63 kilograms. Please welcome in blue for Sweden, Ida Eriksson.
Well, she'll have a very difficult next round with Tina Tushenka of Slovenia. So, Olympic champion and just won a fortnight ago the Paris Grand Slam. So that will be Herman's next match. Very challenging indeed.
Sorry about that. I was
Udobayeva.
I was redundant
Yes.
for a while. I missed my chance there.
So we have Udobayeva there of Kazakhstan and Eriksson of Sweden in the blue, that looks to be in a lot of trouble right now, as you can see the Osakumi.
And we got lots of Swedish viewers, so a very good morning to everyone in Sweden who happens to be tuning in.
So Wazari, then the hold down, meaning that the win goes to Udobayeva of Kazakhstan in the second round. Very sweetly done within 1 minute as well.
Right, on mat number 2 in the under 63 kilo category, Caitlin Quadras of Brazil faces Amy Livesey of Great Britain. It's Quadras in the white judogi, Livesey in blue.
Well, Amy's been off a little bit with an injury, so it's nice to see her back up against a tough opponent. Caitlin Quadros, as you can see there in the white gi. Amy, 23 years of age, and a favourite technique is Uchimata. Ranked 58th on the world ranking list. As I said, has just come back from an injury. Very strong weight category for Great Britain, 50 and 63s. Last result we had was back in June 2016, where she picked up a bronze medal in the Grand Prix in Budapest.
Second round for men under 81 kilo, tatami 1.
A lovely attack there, and scoring a bond for Caitlin Quadros of Brazil. Well, she'll be delighted with that. 29 years of age and ranked 31 in the Olympic ranking, world ranking list.
The next contest on mat 2 is first round for women under 70 kilograms. In blue for Kazakhstan, Janar Kashkin. In white for Sweden, Anna Berghoff.
Now we're on to the women's 70 kilos. Representing Sweden in the white gi, Bernholm, Anna, and she's up against Kashian of Kazakhstan. The Kazakhstan's women have been very, very strong. They've come out in full force this weekend.
Anna Bernholm has moved up from 63 to 70, so no longer having to worry about cutting any weight, and she got lucky because Zaha Kashkin of Kazakhstan is, not the top level. So it's a nice introduction for her. She doesn't have to worry about having to face one of the top fighters in the very first round. So this should be interesting.
Well, Bernholm there with the left hand. It goes deep over in the back, hooking in there for what looked to be the Uchimata. Lost a little bit of control, but still trying to capitalise down in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there. So for Anna Bernholm, as Sheldon was saying, is obviously a good opportunity, a good settling into the new weight category for her. Again, once more, the left hand on the lapels as it sneaks over the top, taking the belt. The sumigeshi type of turnover she's working on there, piling the pressure on Kashkin. Kashkin still really needing to settle, and as she's picking up her first Shido. As she hooks in there, you can see the hips are starting to come through now. That left hand drawing her opponent down, looks very strong. Cassian does very well to try and counter off to get into the Niwaza now, and looking for, this is the first time she's had any opportunity in this contest to take a little bit of control. As you can see, she's hooked around the back of the arm, she's driving that arm out. I think it was more the turnover she was looking rather than the arm lock. Well, if you've just joined us, well, you've already missed quite a few exciting matches so far, but there is a lovely Uzari score for the Makakomi for Bernholm. Anna, who goes into the Osakomi and secures the hold quite nicely there, and it's looking very unlikely that Kashkian will be able to survive this contest. So a very convincing win there for Bernholm Anna of Sweden, that goes through to the second round of this women's under 70 kilos. And she'll be up against the number 1 seed, Arai, in the next round, which will be a real tester for this young lady and a good indication of how she will perform in the whole tournament. So now we have, representing Russia in the white gi is Propenko in the white, Oliveira of Brazil in the blue. Propenko white, Oliveira blue. Oliveira there with the Tomanagi.
Second round for men under 81 kilo, the number 1. In blue for
So
United States
1
of
minute
America,
gone in this contest.
in white for Hungary, Jokniai Laszlo.
Oliveira, 29 years of age. Favorite technique is the Uchimata. 93 in the world ranking position. Pan American Open in Buenos Aires back in 2015, took first place. Well, Prokopenko looking slightly the stronger at this particular moment. Was 78 kilos, has dabbled in both weight categories. Yamarashi, favorite technique, 116 in the, well, 73 in the world ranking. Latest result was back last year where she picked up a 5th place in the Grand Prix. Back in 2014, a bronze medal in the African Open for Russia. So 1 minute and 13 seconds left in this contest. Sutemi was down into the ground for Olivier Era. Has at this moment been the stronger of the attackers. But as you can see, the Russian very strong with the grips. Just taking her time. Being a little bit more precise in the actions that she takes. You can see that right hand high collar grip, elbow bent, drawing her opponent's head into her shoulder. Nice and hard there. Very strong grip. Sadly not taking advantage of that grip by following through with an attack. Maybe waiting that little bit too long. Oliviera has the 2 Shidos on the board. One more would result in a Hansokumaki, as we know. Just under half a minute left in the contest, as you've got now again a very strong grip followed through by a powerful attack as the leg goes across. More looking like the Tayatoshi. Prokopenko there now looking, blocks the Sutemi Waza. Now we're into the golden score. In the last minute, the Russian looking the stronger of the 2 at this moment. Grips very strong. Needs to just step it up a little pace. Injecting a little bit more life in the attack. Well, that right hand as it throws over. Oliviera there anticipating that right hand throw and drops underneath her opponent for the Cianagi. You can see the left hand of Prokopenko there, blocking quite nicely, but it's the right hand that does the damage. Oliviera looking to work with the feet. Possibly it looks like Oliviera defended just that little bit too much. She was in a dangerous situation anyway with the 2 Shidos, which you could see happening in the last minute and a half of the match, and she brought that sort of pace with her and that negativity into the Grand Slam, and it cost her another Shido, which means a Hansokumaki and a win for Prokopenko of Russia, who goes through to the second round of the women's 70 kilos. now we have coming up for Germany, and this is where this German crowd will start coming alive again. Puschel of Germany in the white, Suk of Denmark in the blue. Puschel white, Suk blue. Right-handed grip, but as you can see, that left hand of Puschel hovering about there as she starts to turn with the left hip in, hovering around looking for that Uchimata, as you can see, drawing Suk's head in. I think Suk will be looking for a Shido now. Very defensive. Again, you can see that left hand hovering across now, thrown over deep. Slight height advantage. Very powerful young lady as she now crosses those legs over for the Sangaku turn. Very tight, and Suk looking very uncomfortable, reacts well by driving off the mat area for a mate. Suk Sodi following through into the Niwaza, looking for the Shimiwaza, and the hip goes down, and an excellent finish. Well, we couldn't have predicted that. It took her time. She did look into a lot of trouble, but that Shido was the wake-up call that she required. A great Sori into the Niwaza, followed it through with an excellent Shimiwaza to go through to the next round. Well, nice little bit of judo there from Suk, but hopefully next time she won't let it go so long. And she'll be up against the Dutch girl Van Dirk Senna later on. Now we go to the men's 73s, which has been an exciting weight category. And Shavadashvili, they're a former Olympic. He's an Olympic champion in London 2012 at the under 66. And now in Rio took the bronze medal in the Olympic Games and 73. Real consistent fighter, hits major benchmarks here for Georgia. And up against Kazakhstan, Smaglov in the blue. Well, good strong kumikata here. The grips are solid. The lovely Uchimata entry there from Smaglov. Scoring, well, there isn't a score, but do you know, it was a very close call whether it would be upon. But a Wazari is called. Shavadashvili there now has got that wake-up call. He has got the technical expertise to come back from this, and he still has 2 minutes left. So we can't really write him off quite right now, but as you can see, Smagulov there, very strong, controlling grips, uses his feet extremely well. A real battle going on here, and a very intense match indeed. Again, that right hand high collar grip. As you can see, the hand on the belt, very dangerous for Smagulov. And the one thing that this Kazakhstan cannot afford to do is just to hold back. He has to still engage in this match. He has to come out fighting. He has to win the match rather than defend the score. And Shadadashvili there looking at Ochigara, following through, looking for the Niwaza. Head slipped out, so the Shimiwaza wasn't there for him, but now the tables have turned. Smagulov starting to put the pressure on in the ground, but again, a little bit scrappy. Maybe should have not rushed it as much as they are doing now. If you're watching it, it looks like this is, oh, and an Oso Tagari attack there from the Georgian, and following through. Well, this is a real battle going on, and an air of excitement. We're not really sure which way this is going to go. The Georgian determined to come back, piling on a lot of pressure for Smagulov. It's like we're going in double speed here right now. The pace is fast and attacks are really deep and strong. The cross grip there with the Ouchigari from the Georgian, getting very close and trying to engage. So 20 is a Wazari each now. This is a much nicer position because it's an exciting match. Well, Ipon, Shadadashvili, I think there was a little sort of worry there whether who actually landed first, and we know with the rules that even on a counter, if you're countering your opponent and you land first, the score goes to the opposite side. Well, I'm sure the care system have looked at that carefully, and it will. Nothing's changed yet, so it looks like the Georgian will win from the counter. No, he's been taking it off and brought that into Wazari. Well, you know, 6 says doesn't make much difference now with seconds left, but it doesn't stop Smagulov attempting, and lovely as she was there right to the end. A very exciting and tough match for both these athletes, but the Georgian goes through. Yet he was able to move himself out of the way. Wasn't quite sure at the initial attack, but now when you can see it broken down and repeated, it was a great call, and definitely it was only a Wazari. A good counter, but he just got himself out of the way, planted his opponent down, and scoring the Wazari. Obviously the referee at that time was on the wrong side, could see a real major lift, looked as if it was going for a pawn, but actually when it did land, it was a very good Wazari. Now we have representing the Netherlands in the 73s, second round, Vanti Westen, Sam in the white gi, and Contini Marcello of Brazil in the blue. Well, the Dutchman has a nice strong grip, as you can see. It went from the lapel over the top, that left hand controlling quite nicely and being very capable of adapting from a rear to a forward technique. Marcelo Contini from Brazil picking up the first Shido. Right-handed grip round the back. Now looking, as you see, the legs in a position for a Sangaku, but as you can see, his right leg just too far under his opponent. Not as affected as he would hope. Dutchman there with a change of direction was starting with the Oichi Uchimata combination, switching it to a Sutemi Waza. Well, 2.5 minutes left in this contest. You should see there in the background, the stadium is starting to look very full.
Yeah, absolutely. Very few spare seats. I mean, there are a couple way over in the corner. But even in the right corner, the right side of your screen, that's full right up to the rafters. I think there's some kind of fan club that's up there, so they all gather, and it's a nice place to watch, I suppose. If you're interested in what's happening down on map 3.
Definitely, it's a nice environment. It's quite exciting feel to the stadium.
I think the fact that people are so close, which is what you mentioned earlier on, the fact that they are so close to the mats, that really helps.
Marcello there with the Shido. Makakomi attempt from Vanti Westen. And the second Shido now goes to Brazil again. So he's really playing with fire right now. One more would result in the hand Sokimiki. And there is a good change of direction. Good combination attack there. Again, Ochi Sumigesh combination. We've seen that a couple of times now from the Dutchman. Marcello there trying to desperately dig in behind the back of the arm for Sangaku. Dutchman very aware of the situation in the ground. He was there.
Had the pleasure of being invited along to the German TV a moment ago to do their live stream. It's very tricky doing that in German. Another Sumigage. That didn't come off either. But we met down there not just Annette Berm, who's been with us for quite some time. Oh, is that a nasty cut? It is.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Clash of heads and then... Right, well, maybe we're going to go down to map number 1, because it's going to take a while to tidy that one up. Yeah, let's go to map number 1 and see the contest between Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. He faces Sato Saidai of Japan. Both fighters have picked up 2 penalties apiece, so it's danger as far as penalties are concerned. But what we're really looking for is a score, and I'll just finish off on chatting about Annette Berm who was with us for a long time, was one of our commentators, and sitting just behind her was Alina Böhm. There's no relation, 18 years old. We saw her first at the Cadet World Championships. We may get Alina to come down to see us. Her picture is on judobase.org. She doesn't look like that anymore.
No, I'd say that she's 18 years of age. But a picture,
12.
She looks 12, yes.
Right, no
It's
score
about
between
time
these
she
two.
needs to
Yeah,
upgrade
update. You'll see what I mean when she comes down.
Yes.
Nice right-sided effort there from Sato. Doesn't come up with a score. And we've got a minute and a half already into golden score. Frank Wolf is in charge of this one. He's staying around for a little bit longer, leaving it up to the two fighters to work it out.
Well, we're a minute and 40 seconds into this golden score. Sato, as we know, is a very famous Japanese name, isn't it, as far as...
There's been a few of them around, yeah.
But,
well, the current Sato is at under 78 kilos. She's one of the ones that the Japanese are looking at as a possible representative. They've got a few there. Umeki Mami last year's, 2015 world champion, because we didn't have a 16 because we had the Olympic Games, and now we are a few months away from the next World Championships, which will be held in Budapest. That's where we're going to be for the next Games. This one looks as though we're going to have a little bit more. 2 minutes of golden score. Here's Loretta again.
well, it's been a very close match, as you can see, very evenly matched, and it's difficult to call which way this is going to go. Ivanov, Sumiga's attempt there has looked the stronger in the first minute of the golden score. Both have 2 Shidos each, and we're looking at the third one, I think, now going to Sato. And yes, he picks up the third one, and
It's not been
Ivanov goes through to the next round.
It's not been the best of days for the Japanese men.
They
There's
haven't
2
been
out.
as
Dominant.
no, yeah, they haven't dominated as much, and I think it's because our expectations every time we see the Japanese, they did extremely well, didn't they, in Paris? They were just out there on top, and you expect that consistency throughout, even though there could be different athletes.
Yeah,
coming
number
forward.
5 or number 6.
They always seem to produce, but sadly not today. They're not shining as bright as they did yesterday anyway.
I've said this for as long as I can remember. When the Japanese men's team send number 5, number 6, look out, because they're gonna get it. The Japanese women can send number 5 or number 6. We've got to look out because we're going to get it.
Yes.
The depth in the Japanese women's team is incredible, really. And we may yet see that today, although Arai Chizuru is by no means the number 5. She is the world number 1. So, and yet, despite the fact that she's the world number 1, she is not the number 1 Japanese. The number 1 Japanese is the current Olympic champion.
Yes, that's right.
Tachimoto Haruka. And yet they've got the world number 1.
Would you just not love a little bit of that from your own country? The depth that they have, we would just like to have even the 3s and 4s and 5s of the team. It's amazing the quality of athletes they produce time after time.
On the mat now, Akmal Murodov of Tajikistan faces Batmunk Altunsuk of Mongolia. It's Murodov in the white judogi, Batmunk in blue.
Well, as you can see, a very, very strong grip from both. Looking very dangerous for both of these athletes. Their arm very deep around the back, both feeling very comfortable and confident in their ability to throw off such a dangerous grip and so close of a contact. Shido going to the Mongolian.
Attention please. Marcelo Contino, Brazil. Please come back to match 2.
Bat Munka.
Marcelo Contino, Brazil. Please come back to match 2.
Muradov there, looking the stronger, that deep left hand over the back, as you can see, controlling nicely, trying to get that hip across, but the Mongolian just hitting him first as he comes across for the Tayatoshi and knocking his opponent to his face. Oh, as you can see, both really loving the up close and personal grips. Very similar in style as far as judo is concerned. Like the round the back, a counter attack there, and Bat Munka takes the first wazari. So 1 minute and 14 left, is now in a much more comfortable lead. Now looking for the Jujigatami there, as you can see in the picture, working extremely hard. Now Muradov really has to do something now. Something special under the last minute, has to change the pace and start dominating this match. As you see, another counter which evens it up very nicely. One apiece with 42 seconds left. Well, timing was good on that. Well, both of them engage very closely with that arm round the back, both opting for very similar grips and both looking very comfortable in that position. Closing up the gap, and there again you get a stab across for the Tayatoshi. Picking up the second wazari with 15 seconds now for the Mongolian. That timing is just perfect, but Muradov really now piling the pressure on. There's only vital 5 seconds left. Can he? Picks up his Shido, which is fine, unless he does something ridiculously silly. He's got this win in the bag, and he does. So Mongolia goes through to the next round of the men's 81 kilos. 37 athletes participating in this weight category. One of the largest weights of the tournament. Now we have
Let's welcome in blue for France, Baptiste Pierre, and in white for Germany, Dominique Ressel.
So now we have again the second round of the 81 kilo category. Ressel of Germany in the white gi, and representing France in the blue gi is Pierre. As you can see, Pierre is head verve, which you don't often see with the Frenchman, but Russell, left hand, high collar, elbow tucked in nice and deep, drawing his opponent's head down to his chest. A nice grip, very strong, and follows it through with a very strong attack. So that's a good start for the German. As you can see again, he throws that arm over. That left hand over the top. But it's how he secures it. He really, when he's capable of getting it. Now you can see the Frenchman, Pierre is really trying to block that left and pays the penalty by picking up the first Shido for trying to block. The German controlling the Frenchman's left sleeve quite nicely. As you can see, the arm drawn across the chest as it comes into Haramakokomi. Nice attack, very strong rotation of what doesn't look a very strong grip. So drops Sianagi attempt there for the Dutchman, and well, I'm glad to see they've put the score on the right side. I'm sure the Germans would have had something to say about that.
The next contest on the number 2 is second round for another 73 kilogram. In blue for Poland, Paweł Zagrobnik.
Again, that left high collar grip. Nice strong attack. Oh yes, and the ultimate sacrifice there. Pierre came in with the Ouchigari and was just skied by the German. For upon an excellent counter.
There's the replay.
As you see, hooked in too deep but too high and left himself so vulnerable for the counter. German anticipated that very well.
Second round from another 81 kilogram, tatami 1. Please welcome in blue for Portugal,
The left, the road.
And in white for Poland, Lukasz Block.
That could have been so close of it going the opposite way, because the German looked that he didn't really get as much rotation off his own body and landed quite flat on his back there.
Well, we've got Lukasz Błach of Poland on map number 1 now in the under 81 kilo category. He faces Henry Egotidze of Portugal. It's Błach in the white judogi, Egotidze in blue. Very good morning. We've still got 15 minutes of the morning left. It's a good morning to everyone who is tuning in for the first time. Good morning to you all. Egotidze on the board with Zari. There's I'm not going to say suspicion, but there is a strong hint that Egotidze of Portugal may have some kind of Georgian connection, whatever that may be, whether he was born in Georgia and moved to Portugal, or his parents, certainly one of them, a Georgian, but that definitely has a ring of the Georgian about it, that family name, Egotidze. Probably someone at home or some viewer will be able to to confirm that, or our stadium announcer, who happens to be George, and one of our two stadium announcers is George, and maybe he'll give me the rundown on that. Still a single score, a lead for Egotidze with a little over 2 minutes left to go, while on mat number 2 it's Tohar Butbol of Israel who leads Pavel Zagrodnik by 2 scores with a minute left to go. And then down on mat number 3, Guillaume Chain of France has just got underway with his contest against Anthony Zing of Germany.
The next contest on tatami 2 is second round for another 73 kilograms. Welcome in blue for Mongolia, Sanjmota Bayartushin. And in white for Germany, Igor Vanke.
Time running out here for Bwach, I'm afraid. Egotidze looks as though he's done enough to squeeze past his Polish opponent and take his place in the next round. Well, round 3 it is for Egotidze. Well, I was going to go to mat number 2 to see Igor Vantka. However, I'm thinking that we've got Nicholas Blöchel of Germany coming up next, but immediately after that we're going to have the under 63 kilo category, so I think we're going to go to mat number 2. Let's go to mat number 2 to see what's happening with Igor Vantka of Germany. His Mongolian opponent, let's do him proper justice here. I'm just going to bring up the under 73 kilo category. Yeah, his opponent is Sanjmiatav Bayatuvshin of Mongolia. We've seen that name before, Bayatuvshin. And it is Igor Vantka in the white judogi, Sanjmiatav in blue. There you go. Igor Vantka on the board. Rosari just off on the right side there. Nice score for the German. He leads with 2.5 minutes left to go. racking them up here. Second score now for Igor Vantka. Moved nicely. A little over a minute left to go. A good lead here for Vantka as he attempts a seoinage to the oncoming Mongolian and misses out there, and then he tries a little koji gaki as a cover-up for having missed with the seoinage. No problems. And slightly tired looking effort from Vantka, and he does pick up a penalty. So tired did that look, or did it appear to the referee that he gave him a penalty for a false attack. That was a nice reaction there from Vantka, as Sanjmiatov just got his arms around his opponent there and appeared dangerous, threatening. Vantka came in with that little low seoinage again, which broke the movement up and just broke the grip up. So clever work from the German with half a minute left to go. There he is again, same again. And it's a strong enough attack so that he doesn't pick up a false attack. 20 odd seconds left to go. Sanjmiatov pressing hard here, looking for the big score, because only Ippon will do now. Rosari wouldn't even tie it up. Looks to go right-sided. Vantka goes off to the left. 9 seconds left to go. Ashiwaza lifts Vantka off his feet, but only onto his front. And this is the last action here. Nice strong push off there from Vantka at the end as he survives that last minute onslaught from Sanjmiatov to take the German into the next round. 32 judokas in there, so there will be a round 1, round 2, and then the quarter final. Slightly more in the under 81 kilo category, so they've got 3 rounds, just 2 rounds, a quarter final, semi-final and final. Igor Vantka it is who goes into the quarter final. Stay with us, we'll bring you more action from day 2 of competition at the Düsseldorf Grand-Prix here from the Mitsubishi Electric Halle.
Second round for women under 63 kilograms. Jetzt auf der Matte 2. Zweite Frauen das 63 Kilogramm. Result in blue for Germany.
Well, now we've got an opportunity, and the crowd has an opportunity, to see the world number 1, the current European, world and Olympic champion, last week, or the week before last, the Paris Grand Slam gold medal winner, Tina Tersteniak of Slovenia. She faces local favourite Vivian Herrmann of Germany. It's Tersteniak in the white judogi, Herrmann in blue.
Tina Tersteniak, die amtierende Olympiasiegerin, amtierende Welt- und Europameisterin.
Well, there's no doubt that Tersteniak can expect an initial onslaught from Vivian Herrmann. Fighting at home with the crowd behind her, she may feel inspired to come up with something special. We've already seen something special from the Germans yesterday when Theresa Stoll took the gold medal in the under 57 kilo category. Whether Vivian Herrmann can repeat or even come close to emulating that kind of performance is a question. We'll find out the answer to that very shortly, because we're already a minute into the contest, and Tina Tursteniak just beginning to settle it a little bit, comes up with an attack over on the left side. It's not quite enough. Yes, it is. It is quite enough to come up with a score. The old Yuko is worth Wazari now, so Wazari goes on the board for Tursteniak, and we're inside the 3 minutes. Losai Kumi for Tina Tursteniak, very strong on the ground. Vivian Herrmann managing to trap a leg, and the Osai Kumi is broken. I wonder if that wasn't quite up to the 10 seconds. Couldn't have been, or else she would have picked up another score, but this one looks to be a little bit stronger. Kazuri Yoko Shiogatami from Tina Tursteniak. That, I'm afraid, is going to prove too strong for Vivian Herrmann, and it's Tursteniak who moves in to the first of the quarterfinals. She had a bye in the first round. Came up with that little Ippon Seonagi, left-sided, to bring Vivian Herrmann down.
Aus Frankreich, die Weltmeisterin des Jahres 2014 und Silbermedaillengewinnerin der Olympischen Spiele, Clarisse Agbenienou.
Well, coming up next then on mat number 2, Nabe Kuranami of Japan faces Marianne Udabayeva of Kazakhstan. But we're going to go down to mat number 3, and the reason for that is Clarisse Agbenienou, the number 2 seed in the under 63 kilo category, and the likely opponent, if things go to the form book of Tina Tursteniak, is now on mat number 3. There's no score yet. We've had a little over half a minute. It's Agbenienou in the white judogi. Cabana Perez of Spain is in blue. When Loretta did the introduction this morning, she was talking about the category to watch, and that we both agreed was the under 63 kilo category. Poor old Cristina Cabana Perez of Spain has just found out that this is an extremely tough category, as did Vivian Herrmann. They both fell on the ground to number 1 and number 2 seeds respectively. So Tursteniak safely through to quarter-final, as is Agbenienou, and that head-to-head is beginning to loom large. There's the arm lock that finished things off. So both fighters, Tursteniak and Agbenienou, looking strong. We can stay here to have a look at Kiyomi Watanabe of the Philippines. She's up against Tsugane Megumi of Japan. It's Watanabe in the white judogi, Tsugane in blue, and it could be that at home you'll be wondering why it is that we select a particular naming style, a naming of the athletes. Why do we say Kiyomi Watanabe and Tsugane Megumi? Why have we got the given name first and the last name, the family name for the Filipino and the family name and given name for the Japanese? Well, we fall in with the accepted standard for the athlete from that particular country that they're representing. That was a nice Uchimata left-sided, right-sided from Tsugane as she catches Watanabe. And despite the fact that Watanabe is from Japan, she's moved to the Philippines, where the naming of the athletes is done by given name, family name. So that's Kiyomi is the given name, Watanabe is the family name, so Kiyomi Watanabe. And the Japanese is different, it's the family name, then given name, Tsugane Megumi. She leads by Wazari with a little over 3 minutes left to go, and we do that for Japanese, Chinese, Mongolian, Korean and Hungarians, oddly enough. So that's how we do it. Watanabe just stepping up the pace a little bit, putting some pressure on Tsugane. Trap the sleeves there, and just that little Sode Tsurikomi Goshi effort from Tsugane just slowed Watanabe down. She got herself into a bad position. The hands were trapped, and a massive Osotogari on the right side from Tsugane finishes off the challenge from Kiyomi Watanabe. Nice finish to this. Just got herself in the wrong position. You may reclassify that as Osotomaki Komi. Just looking at she had the arm underneath, inside, but it had that shape, didn't it? It's definitely the Osotomaki Komi shape. That was the look to it. Okay, who have we got coming up next then? It was well worth staying down there to have a look at that one, wasn't it? We're down on mat number 3. We'll stick with the under 63 kilo category. Mariana Silva of Brazil faces Miriam Bajawi of Tunisia. It's Silva in the white judogi, Bajawi in blue. Thanks for all your messages. We enjoy getting them. Sometimes we can't always answer them, but we do enjoy receiving them, because 9 out of 10 times they're all positive. We very rarely get negative comments. We must have an incredibly patient and accepting audience, that they're always nice to us. Thanks very much. Silva is on the scoreboard there. Mariana Silva, now a chance to work on the ground. Bajawi just tidying up in defence, and the referee calls Mate. A bit of pain on the right shoulder being experienced by Bajawi's. She's slow to her feet. And tries to settle down again. She was a good long way away with that effort. Silva was a little bit too strong when Bajawi began to shape for that effort. It was blocked. Just the arms and the upper body proving a little bit too strong for Bajawi on that occasion. See what she can do now with a little over 2 minutes left to go. Bajawi Boujaoui finding the gripping a little bit difficult, and in an attempt to make things difficult for Silva, she inadvertently held onto Silva's fingers, and it was the Tunisian who ended up picking up the penalty for that illegal grip, that gripping infringement. Boujaoui is struggling here, and as a result of that, she has become a little bit untidy. She caught Silva on the hand, that's to say she grabbed the hand in an effort to avoid Silva getting hold of the lapel. It was inadvertent, but it was a reaction to the pressure that she was feeling from Silva. Doesn't really want to do it. She knows it's going to be a penalty, but at the same time, she doesn't want Silva to take hold of the lapel, so she grabs hold of the fingers. She got penalised for that. This time round, Silva takes a whack to the face, and it's almost as though she's fighting Silva off. She doesn't mean to. She doesn't want to whack her in the face, but she ends up giving her a bit of a slap. Oh well. Just got to tidy things up, and it's the pressure that the stronger fighter Silva is able to bring to bear that puts Boujaoui in that kind of position. She's not a dirty fighter, there's nothing dirty about her. It's just that she's struggling a little bit with a fighter who is quite clearly that bit more experienced than the Tunisian is.
Second round for men under 81 kilograms, tatami 1. In blue for Kazakhstan, Aziz Kalkamanoli.
This time it's Silva who picks up the penalty, but it's for stepping out the area. Now, both fighters give the impression that things are getting a bit rough out there, but yeah, it's part of the sport. Nothing really untoward. It's just noticeable that they are particularly aggressive toward each other. There you go. Well, it was an interesting one because Boujaoui was 2 or 3 places off the tempo. Silva, a much more experienced fighter, and causing Boujaoui all kinds of problems with grips and position and movement, and it began to tell with Boujaoui just looking a little bit ragged, and then a degree of frustration crept in. She picked up that one penalty, and then she gave Silva a bit of a whack to the face that they said was accidental, There's a bit of a handshake and a tap there, but it really came about not because she doesn't like silver. It came about because she was finding it difficult to deal with silver. And she did a couple of things that were slightly untidy, but never mind. Silver goes through to the next round. We're still in round 2 of the under 63 kilo category. Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain faces Kamila Badurova of Russia. It's Renshaw in the white judogi, Badurova in blue. Loretta Cusack is back.
Yes, I'm back.
Sorry, Loretta Cusack Doyle is back. We don't want to drop the Doyle. You never did
wouldn't
you?
be happy, didn't you?
You never did. You never did. It was just easier for people to say either Doyle or Cusack. But Cusack Doyle I like. So
Thank
there's
you.
Loretta.
Right, well, we have Lucy Renshaw, and in Paris a fortnight ago had an excellent outing there. She fought extremely well, and we're here 5th place in Paris, and she's up against Badurova of Russia. This is Lucy's first match. She had a bye in the first round. Badurova defeated Neski of Slovenia in the first round, so for her she's slightly warmed up and ready to go. Renshaw with that Ouchigari, which is one of her strongest attacks. As you can see, that right hand high collar grip that she is so successful with and has such power generated off into the Ouchimata. Russian there with a Makakomi. Lucy Renshaw, 21 years of age, and like I said, her favourite technique is Uchimata. She's placed 20th on the world ranking. Like I said, got a 5th place in the Grand Slam in Paris this year. She's also got 2 Continental Championships medals, 2 gold. The European under-23s last year in November picked up the gold medal there.
Well, as much as we would like to see Lucy and Badurova, we got 2 fighters from the world top 20 on mat number 2, both of whom went to the Olympic Games in Rio. It's Martina Traidos from Germany and Caitlin Quadros. We're going to go to mat number 2. Traidos, the home fighter. Quadros, it is, who ended up moving up from 57 to 63. Let's see what's happening with Traidos and Quadros. We'll keep an eye on what's happening with mat number 3, but we got no choice. These are the 2 in the top 20. One of these is going into the semi-final as well.
Spekara Makakomi, and well, Quadros, as you expect under home grounds, straight into the Osakomi, and
she tapped out.
Quadros taps out.
It wasn't slow motion, it just looked that way.
So we can head back to...
Well, we got the world number 1 coming in the under 70 kilo category, unfortunately. Arai Chizuru against Anna Bernholm. We're going to have to keep an eye on what's happening on the other mats, but it's Arai of Japan coming up next, the world number 1, and Anna Bernholm of Sweden. We saw Anna Bernholm earlier on. We were talking about her move from 63 to 70.
And she seems to have done very well. This is going to be a very difficult match.
Size-wise, when you look at it, Loretta, you would have said she must have had some difficulty making 63 because she's one of the tallest in the weight category, and this is the weight category that she's moved into, having come up from 63 to 70.
She reminds me of the young Ronda Rousey.
That's right, she's got that look, yeah,
Very,
absolutely,
very
with the hair
similar,
tied up in the same way.
So we've now switched to the 70 kilos. Japanese looking for an opportunity down there in the Niwaza. Bernholm
The next contest on mat 1 is
defending
third
quite
round for
nicely.
another 81 kilogram. Please welcome in blue for Moldova.
Well, this is an
Norway,
early
Moldova.
transition in from 63s to 70 kilos for this young Swede.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? She had one win this morning. Here's round 2. This is the point at which, you know, it's do or die. You do this and then you're in with a chance.
She defeated Kashkayan of Kazakhstan in the first round, and that was a very good win for her. As you can see, she's very strong with the Uchimata there from the Japanese. Araya there, getting back to the centre, looking very calm and composed. Bernholm throwing that left hand over the top, but as she came back, left herself wide open for the Ashiwaza. Bringing her weight back onto her heels, and now finds herself in the Niwaza. Uchigari following through in to the Niwaza, looking for the Shimiwaza there, as you can see. Not sure if it's under the chin there, but you can see both hands of Bernholm holding on, trying to take the pressure off. Well, it looked to be over the face, as you can see by the body language of Anna Bernholm. That left hand again from Bernholm as she throws over deep onto the back. Uchigari again driving down, following into the Niwaza. Japanese are very clever down there, very confident indeed, looking for an opportunity to rotate her opponent over. She starts to do that quite nicely. The most important thing now is to have better upper body. She's looking for the Jujikatami, but you can see that leg is caught up, which won't give her as much leverage or strength in taking the arm out, but she's persevering with it, regardless that the leg is in the control of Bernholm. But the arm is out and she's just taking it a different angle. As you can see, the problem was that leg caught up, so as soon as the arm came out,
Bernholm had it was a two-pronged attack from Arai. There was the potential for the Osai Komi, and there was the having to defend against the arm lock. and she realised that the minute that the arm came out, she had to be sharp in order to be able to turn in and
Yes.
block any further extension of the arm, and she just got it right.
Well, there was a wide, the base of the legs was far too wide. There wasn't any control on that arm. So as soon as the arm came out, there was the moment that the shoulder was free and could slip back. And that as soon as the referee had seen that, it was all
not
gone
gonna happen,
anyway.
yeah.
It wasn't going to happen. Arai there with some lovely ashiwazas, as we saw a little bit earlier on there, seconds before, again following through for the Niwaza.
And what a shame for Tim Gramkov of Germany down on mat number 1. He's got 14 seconds left to go. The conqueror of Frank de Witt this morning
That was
trails
amazing
by
match, yes.
Yuko with 7 seconds left to go. So having knocked out the number 1 seed, he then tumbles in round 3, doesn't make it to the business end of the day, unfortunately for the German.
So Bernholm here is picking up her second Judo. She's got 40 seconds left. There's 40 seconds in the golden score. I think as you blink and that golden score starts immediately. There's no time pause there at all.
Good turn by Arai. She felt the Uchimata coming. Bernholm had to put in some attack. She'd already picked up 2 penalties. She attacked with that right-sided Uchimata that
Yes.
Arai was able to dustbin turn, if you like, and then picked up the Wazari. But hey, she took her into golden
Bernholm has
score.
done- She's had she's done extremely well throughout this tournament, considering it is just a new transition into the 70 kilos.
There's
But
the turn. Left-sided, beg your pardon, it was.
she rotates her over onto the blind side. Very weak attack for the Makakomi, as you can see.
Tired.
It was so low on the arm, there was no control there, which meant that she left herself wide open for the counter.
And just to bring you at home up to date on the Kamila Badurova Lucy Renschel contest, it was Lucy Renschel who won out there. She'll be in the quarterfinal to face Mariana Silva of Brazil. Coming up next, another home favourite here, Sandra Diedrich of Germany faces Elena Prokopenko of Russia. It's Diedrich in the white judogi, Prokopenko in blue. Diedrich has been out for a long time with injury. She's back now, and hopefully she's fit and healthy back on the tatami.
Well, a great start here for the German as she flies that arm over, catches the bell into the Niwasa, and yes,
Yeah,
it's gone, and
it's
you
gone.
can see
Hey,
she's out.
I think she's out. She's out. She's already out. She knows. Sandra Diedrich knows because she wasn't resisting. And look, it's also Diedrich that's distressed about it.
Yes, you could see that she knew, she could feel, well, there was no movement, there was no feeling at all. And Chigari following through the Ogoshi, sort of down, walked, fell right into the shimiwaza. And as you can see just on that picture, that it was, she couldn't hold on anymore.
The next contest on tatami 2 is second round for women under 70 kilograms. Please welcome in blue for Belgium, Lola Mansour. In white for Morocco, 2 times African champion, Asama Niang.
Well, now we have Neng in the white, Monsieur of Belgium in the blue. So this is round 2, the women's 70 kilos. a place for the quarterfinals. Well, very cagey fight for both these athletes. Neither one really want to make in the major commitment. And then Asma taking the first Shido. So 2.5 minutes left in this contest. Mansour there. Good grip, followed through by an Ashiwaza. Right-handed grip there, high collar from the Moroccan. 17th on the world ranking, 34 years of age. Sumi Otoshi is a favorite technique. Very strong athletes indeed. Six Grand Prix medals and 5 continental championships.
She's been around for a while.
Yeah, 31 years of age.
That's well, I'm not quite sure how old Lola Mansour is. She's beginning to have been around for a bit. I want to put it that way. She may be in her late 20s. Single Shido against Asma Niang at the moment.
Well, Lola Mansour, 23 years of age.
Oh, that's okay. It's not her I'm thinking about. It's another Belgian. She's got plenty of time left.
Yeah, so she's a young girl.
Yeah. It's another
Her favourite
Belgian.
technique, Sianagi,
What's that then?
and she's ranked 50th in the world ranking there. But now has got the Osakomi on. Very unorthodox type of hold, but changes it quite nicely. Does well to anticipate her opponent's movements rather than losing. The Osakomi hangs on quite nicely there and in a far better fixed position to take the win and enter into the quarterfinals of this women's under 70 kilos for Belgium.
Right, we've got Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands to face Emily Suk of Denmark. Sanne van Dijk in the white judogi, Suk in blue. We'll follow that with Lasha Shavdatuashvili and Marcello Contini. Contini had an odd one in his previous contest when there was a clash of heads, some blood. He was given the contest and left the mat. And then he had to eventually come back and finish the contest. Anyway, it's Van Dijk in the white judogi, Suk in blue, and here is Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you. Well, Suk had a really tough first round, but did extremely well in defeating the German Huchel, and that was a great result for her in the Niwaza. found it tough, and the tachiwaza, but really capitalized against the German in the niwaza with the shimiwaza for Ippon. And now she's up against Van der Sane of the Netherlands, an experienced athlete. Fought really well in Grand Slam in Paris a fortnight ago. Attempt there for Suk with the Uchimata, a little bit too far away from her opponent to get that leverage that she required.
I'm still trying to remember the Belgian, who is a bit older than Lola Mansour, and it can't be Roxanne Taymans because that's her teammate in the 70 kilo category, but she's only 25.
Yeah. What a result then. Well, a big mistake there. It was a real commitment with the Uchimata. We did see the Uchimata a little bit earlier on. That was the telltale sign for Sane there, that when she was so far away with Uchimata, and once more she attempted it again, but anticipated so well with that sidestep and just total upper body control for Ippon.
Nice hands, huh?
Lovely control, but she was waiting for it. It was more or less that she tempted her with the sidestepped it and planted it. Well, that was a lovely win there for Sane van der of the Netherlands, that goes through to the quarterfinals, where she will be up against Mansour of Belgium.
Right, we've got Lasha Shavdatoashvili of Georgia coming up against Marcello Contini of Brazil. It's Shavdatoashvili in the white judogi, Contini in blue. We'll follow that with Toha Butbul and Igor Vanka, and then we've got Tina Tursteniak back on, this time against Nabe Kuranami of Japan. So that's the lineup on mat number 3. But let's have a look at Shavdatoashvili in white, Contini in blue, and to bring you commentary on this one, it's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Well, this is a place in the semi-final. It's the quarter-final match, a place for a semi-final in the 73 kilos. Shavdatoashvili, Olympic champion back in 2012 in London and a bronze medalist in the Rio Olympic Games. On paper, one of the strongest, the number 1 seed here in this competition. He's up against Marcello Contini of Brazil in the blue.
Third round for men under 81 kilograms. Please welcome in blue for Germany, Benjamin Munich. And in white for Hungary, Joknian Vasco.
Well, very close match, both of these engaging very closely indeed. Shavdatoashvili desperately trying to get his grip, but it seems to be blocked a lot more by the Brazilian, who picks up his Shido for that. As you could see, a little bit frustration for the Georgian as he constantly engaged him, but was blocked from Contini. Contini there looking to throw that right hand over at the shoulder. The Georgian blocking that right sleeve, but the Oso Tamaka Komi, and that's got to be a good Wazari, and Wazari given. Again, that high collar, right hand up high, switches it across over the arm for the Makikomi, which she got the first Wazari for. More or less throws his body up high, then over the top. Again, we're seeing that Makikomi attempt several times now. It's only been effective once. Puts them in a comfortable lead with 1 minute left in this contest. Continue Marcelo. They're desperately trying to get the grip that he's wanting. As you can see, the right high lapel looks very effective, and but that was a mistake. There you could see Shavadashvili just showing his opponent, lured him in for that Osotagari, and Contini took the bite, which found himself a Wazari, another Wazari down. So again, the right hand collar. As you can see, Shavadashvili showing him that leg, tempting him with the Osota, but there is the counter of the oh, he's not going to do anything silly right now. The experienced fighter that he is, this Georgian, is just going to play to the time. And so he does, with 2 Wazaris on the board, takes him through to the semi-final of the men's 73 kilo category.
The number 2, the winner in white for Georgia, Lasha Shampokoshvili. Georgian Judo Grand-Prix in the semi-final.
So now we come to the next quarter-final, the top half of this draw. 32 athletes participating in this weight category, and we've got Butbol of Israel in the white, Wankin Igor of Germany in the blue. Well, Butbol there with the left hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely. As you can see, shaking the arm up, looking for a space to enter in with that Sianagi. Igor started off on the back foot, really taken by surprise. Needs to settle this down a little bit and take this fight to his own pace. Once more, real controlling left hand on for Butbol of Israel. As you can see there, quite comfortable with that left hand on only, and trying to create an opening as that right hand comes high over onto the collar, drawing his opponent's head down, and then Sumigesh attempts. So he's looking very strong out there, and Igor Wankin is in a lot of trouble right now. He really hasn't had the opportunity to settle into this contest. He is on Sodi there. Well, Igor picks up the first Shido now for Germany. Koshi attack there for Butbol. Now the German's got a cross grip there, is both sides of the gi, but attacks, which is still acceptable. A real battle now that's going on between these two athletes. With just over 2 minutes left in the contest of this quarter-final category 73s. Well, Football looking to be the more aggressive fighter in this contest, has dominated, taken control of this match right from the beginning. Wankin has been on the receiving end and has found it very difficult to take any control or charge of this contest. More of a reaction rather taking action.
Viertelfinale der Männer bis 73 Kilogramm im blauen Judoanzug aus Frankreich, Björn. Im weißen Judoanzug aus Schweden, Tommy Matthias.
Tatami 1, third round for men under 81 kilograms.
Well, a real battle's going on, and sadly Igor is really under a lot of trouble, but nice transition into the Niwaza, but as you can see, the referee called mate immediately because the lapel went across Wankin's face. Wankin there with another drop. Sianagi very scrappy. And as you can see, this German is struggling and has done right from the beginning in this quarter-final match. A few ashiwazas there to break the balance of the German. No score yet with just 40 seconds left in the contest. A Makikomi attempt over onto the sleeve, but more close to the wrist. Very little opportunity to gain a result on that. But now he's starting to come fighting back. Oh, and a lovely drop underneath his opponent. It was a great opportunity there that was missed for Football. The German Wankin constantly driving forward in a desperate attempt to come forward and take control in this contest. 2 seconds and we'll be going into the golden score. As we know, it's just all turn around quite comfortably for the German. Football has done all the dominating throughout the contest in the last 4 minutes. Wankin really has struggled to put his mark here and show that he's capable of getting into the semi-finals. Very difficult to see how he can come back from this, but a drop Sianagi attempt, but Football looked for the counter, lost a little bit of balance there and wasn't effective. But now you see a desperate attack here, some real desperate efforts coming from Igor Wankin of Germany. Sumigesh Sutemiwaza there looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. German throws that arm, that right hand high over the back. Totally dismissed by the Israeli. Still looking very strong out there. Igor Vankin looking, his face is starting to tell it all. He's looking very desperate now and quite tired. He's really battled to come back into this contest. He's not giving up as the arm is thrown over. It looks for the opportunity. He seems to be in a very good position, but will then really sort of breaks it up and dismisses any effort made by Igor Vankin. Well, two very tired men. This has been a real battle. 5 minutes and 11 seconds total of this match. And a Shido goes to Igor Vankin, and a place in the semi-final goes to Toha Butbol
The winner in white for Israel.
of Israel.
Toha Butbol will be in the semi-final for win under 73 kilograms.
And he'll be up against Shadadishvili of Georgia in the semi-finals for a place in the final. That'll be a very interesting match indeed. Now this will be a tough match for the
Nami in white for Slovenia with golden big number is current Olympic champion Tina Trsteniak.
Tina of Slovenia, current Olympic champion, gold medalist a fortnight in the Paris Grand Slam. Nabikura of Japan in the blue. Nabikura, junior world champion. (19 years of age). Favorite technique is Uchimata. World ranking position is 28 and up against the world ranking #1. Trsteniak Tina of Slovenia, Olympic champion. Lovely attack there from who scores a Wazari on Nebikura on Tina. Fantastic attack from the Japanese. And a good start with 2 minutes and 15 left. An Osota attempt there from Tina. Well, Trsteniak there really now stepping up the pace in a desperate attack. Well, in a desperate attempt there to... So she's got the bear hug there, which we know is illegal, giving her a Shido against her. Looking a little bit desperate out there under a slight pressure. Uchimata, lovely attack there. So 1.5 minutes left in this contest. Tina Trzenko there trying to escape from that arm lock, as we can see. Nebekura attempting, really piling on the pressure. Very confident young lady, even at 19 years of age. Sumigeshi attempt there for combination of the Uchimata switching. Now finds herself in Niwazu as Nabekura looks for the opportunity down there, but also the time ticks away. Tina Trzenko. Now a Sumigeshi attempt there once more. 38 seconds left. Well, Shido should be awarded now to Nebekura, which she accepts quite gracefully there. But Tina piling on the pressure right now. The Slovenians not giving up. And we're looking possibly at the second Shido. Well, he's going to let that one slide. Again, another Sumigeshi. Nebekura looking over there at the clock to see how much time she's got, and this will be a major upset for Slovenia. Czestinka of Slovenia fails to go through to the semi-final, but Nami Nebekura goes into the semi-final of this women's 63 kilos.
Nebekura Nami will be in the semi-final for women under 63 kilos. The next quarterfinal.
So that was an excellent win for the Japanese, who gets herself into the semi-final of the under 63s. Now we have Now we have the Romanian European champion Dobrea in the white, Martian Trados of Germany in the blue.
In blue for Colombia, Pedro Castro. In white for Russia, Aslan Vladimagov.
Trados there, as you can see, being edged into the corner of the mat. Her opponent there into the corner. The German piling on the pressure. Dobra looking for the counter, but badly timed, and enhances the throw for Trados, who takes a Wazari, then the Osakumi, where it was upgraded to an Ippon. So they believe that that attack which was executed originally from Dobra, but just the way she landed gave Trados the win. So a great win for her that takes her into the semi-final. Nebekura of Japan.
Martina Kvajdoš for Germany will be in the semi-final for women under 63 kilos. Kilogramm.
Wir kommen zu den Viertelfinalen, beginnen auf der Matte 2 bis 70 Kilogramm. Wir sehen im blauen Judoanzug aus Deutschland Sandra Dietrich. Sie begegnet im weißen Judoanzug aus Japan, Arai Shizuru.
Now we have Arai of Japan in the white, Dietrich of Germany in the blue. This is the quarter-final, place in the semi-final of the women's under 70 kilos. Now this will be a very exciting match. Very tough one indeed. As we've seen just earlier on, Arai defeated Bernholm of Sweden. And Dietrich defeated Prokopenko of Russia with the shimmy-waza that we saw earlier on that was, in a way, quite disturbing, really. So it looks like the Japanese on a chasing game here against Dietrich. Dietrich keeping her Japanese opponent as clear distance from her. The Ashiwaza leaving herself very wide open with the Ashiwaza there as Arai capitalizes on that. Taking her opponent down into the ground, looking for the Niwaza, the Osakomi, as you can see, and Swish is very clever. It's tying up the upper part of the body now, starting to work that foot out. As you can see, it's getting very close. Can the German hold on? Well, the referee has allowed that to go, and enough that his Osakomi has been called. Arai comfortably pins her opponent down into the ground as the clock ticks away. And as you can see there in the picture, Dietrich desperate attempts to get out, and sadly the chances of that semi-final slips away.
Well, there's another quarter-final taking place down on mat number 3. Clarisse Agbegninu of France faces Sugane Megumi of Japan. Let's go down there to take a look at that in the under 63 kilo category. Follow that in a moment with Mariana Silva and Lucy Renshaw. That quarter-final coming up next. And then Marie-Yves Gahi of France up against Nizoe Saki of Japan. So we got quite a few good contests to bring you. No score between Agbegninu and Sagane. Agbegninu has just seen Tina Tursteniak defeated.
Well, that was a little bit of a shock, wasn't it? But she was up against, well, the Japanese junior world champion. So she's not going to be an easy ride through into that semi-final, but there was some real desperate attacks there from Tina. She left it a little bit too late to come back.
And you saw that the Japanese was really flagging at the end.
Yes.
Picked up a penalty for a forced attack, which is very rare for the Japanese. They don't have that kind of
so
start.
much effort into the first part of the contest. There was no doubt about it. The Japanese was on the attack all the time, and her pace was so fast that Tina didn't actually take enough. She just couldn't get into the match at all for the first 2 minutes. Then started to come back a little bit stronger, but before she knew it, it was more or less all over and done with.
A score by Agbegninu in golden score, taking her through to the semi-final. Let's see what happens with Mariana Silva now. She's up against Lucy Renshaw. It's Silva of Brazil in the white judogi, Renshaw of Great Britain in blue.
Well, once again, it's nice to see Lucy Renshaw up there around the medals and just knocking on the door of those positions. She fought extremely well in Paris, picking up the 5th place. Silva in white. Very strong Brazilian.
Third round for men under 81 kilograms, tatami 1.
And controlling
In blue,
Lucy
for
Renshaw's
United
sleeves.
States
As we know, she likes that high collar grip. She throws that arm over, and as you can see, she's looking for it. That right arm over the top, digs in deep, draws the collar down, and then hooks in with the Ouchigari Uchimata. So she's got a nice combination, but it is based off that throwing of the arm very deep. And the Brazilian has done her homework at this moment and keeping that control.
Yesterday, Loretta was talking about the drummers. Well, today they haven't been that bad, but we do have the horn honker today. And Renee Lau sent a message saying, we must deny it. We must ban it.
Well, apparently it's actually very strong coming over because we're so close to the drums that
we're sorry about that. It's not something that Loretta and I have got control over. I mean, we could mention it to somebody, however, I'm not sure whether they would take any notice of it. And it's kind of traditional in some countries to have drums and horn honking, and they tend to put up with it, and not least of all because here in Düsseldorf at the moment it is carnival season, so there's plenty of noise and things around, and we apologise if it's spoiling your enjoyment of the event. I hope it's not spoiling it that much that you're gonna switch off. Sorry about that.
Well, Silva 8th position in the world ranking. Favourite technique is the Osotogari. We've not actually seen that yet, but definitely at 27 has got a little bit more maturity over Lucy Renshaw and experience. 5th place in the Olympic Games. Two Grand Slam medals and 2 Grand Prix medals under a belt.
Fought that off well, that
Lucy
Uchimata effort there.
Ouchigari, a lovely attack. Lucy's very powerful there when she's got that opportunity of that right arm being thrown over the top. If she connects with that grip, then who knows what she's capable of doing. She's very powerful. She drives off the back leg, but it really stems from that right arm coming over deep and drawing her opponent in. Flurry of attacks as she keeps the sleeves down. Renshaw looking quite strong out there. Silva, both of them really opting to do the same thing, both with a very negative grip. As you could see, Renshaw, she got caught with the pistol grip, drawing it down. And as we know that you have to use it, it has to be seen as part of the throw rather than a defence from their opponent.
Yeah, she held on to it in that negative fashion for just a little bit too long.
Yes, far too long.
It's nice to have a strong grip, take some control, and then you work from there with something positive. Just held on to a little for a little bit too long. The referee gave a little look and he said, sorry.
As you can see, that right hand, she's opting to go opposite cross side, which would leave her a little bit more vulnerable, especially when Silva's got a lovely Osotogari. So coming over on the wrong side leaves herself wide open for the counter. So Lucy has to be very careful.
Silva's got a cut on her cheek, and I think she's bruised that again. And the other thing is that she wears contact lenses, and she may have lost one
there now.
Yeah. Well, that happened with one of the Japanese fighters yesterday. I have heard as well, it's only a story that I've heard, of one fighter who was complaining about having lost his contact lens, and his mates were sitting at the mat side saying he doesn't even wear them.
Oh, right.
He just wanted a rest.
Gosh. Well, I've heard it all now. There, Renshaw again, that right hand, as you can see, up onto the shoulders. She's hooking in for the Ouchigari. And
yes,
that's a
score.
Definitely.
Yep.
And
mistake from Silva.
Silva made the mistake, but in fairness, it wasn't a mistake. That was a panic attack because Lucy was in very deep. She hooked in with the Ochigari. She was going down, and Silva's reaction was to try and get out of trouble. It wasn't going to happen.
It's painful. If they stick to the rule, Lucy Renshaw should have a score here.
Well, you would have thought so.
Yeah.
And you couldn't have timed that any perfectly. 0-0 on the clock.
She knows it. Coach knew it. Player didn't know it. She's upset because she's attempting the Sutemi Waza.
Yes.
This
she
is a failed.
flat on her back.
It's a failed Sutemi Waza where Tori ends up flat on their back, and Uki's so lucky because they just have to sit there and soak it up. Well, hey, that's the rule. And Lucy knew it.
Well, Lucy initiated the first attack, and throughout that first attack stayed in control all the time. She'd hooked in so deep that even with the counter attack from Silva, there wasn't going to be enough leverage and lift to be able to rotate her over anyway. So there was only one option. Attempt it, see if she came off with it, but no, there just wasn't going to be that chance. So it was a great win for Lucy Renshaw, who goes into
semi-final.
The semi-final. An excellent result for
and
this
she's
young
up
lady.
against Clarisse Agbegnano.
Well, that will be an interesting match because there's a lot of experience to gain from that, and I think Renshaw will be up for the challenge on that fight.
On the mat now, Marie-Yves Gahi of France in the under 70 kilo category. She faces Nizoe Saki of Japan. It's Gahi in the white judogi, Nizoe in blue. Gahi's got her hair loose at the moment. She normally has it tied up. Must have just had enough cut to leave it long enough to flap around, but not that long that you have to tie it up. Mind you, Nizoe has got a similar hairstyle when she's got it tied back. She's just doing that up now. She picks up a penalty for an overly defensive posture with a minute gone, just a single Shido on the board.
Well, Nizoe there looking for some opening in the Niwaza. Not quite sure if there is anything there, because we know the French are very strong in their defensive posture in the Niwaza. They're not going to give any opportunity for anybody to get down there and capitalize on the ground.
Aus Deutschland, Igor Radke. Ihm gegenüber, aus Brasilien, Marcelo Bottini.
Zoe there with that left hand around the back. Right grip for the French as she again draws deep over towards the belt. Zoe there taking the second Shido. There's still 2.5 minutes left in this contest. It's not a very comfortable. Oh, and a lovely counter there. Marie-Yves Gaia goes through to the semi-finals of the 70 kilos, and very comfortably she does that as well.
We got two French women in the semi-finals, one in the 63s and one in the 70 kilo category. Clarisse Agbegnano at 63 and Marie-Yves Gahi at 70.
So starting to come
Here's
back
the
into it.
replay of the little Ashley was there.
So tough. Followed right well. If she wasn't going to get the throw, she was definitely going to get the Yosakomi in that. Nicely executed. Well, it was an attack there from Nizoe that really, she came in without even a grip and left herself so vulnerable for that counter.
Now, before we get too wrapped up in this, oh no, it is. We're lucky. It's a quarter-final. We'll stick here and see Giovanna Sochimaro of Germany. She's up against Sara Rodriguez of Spain. It's Sochimaro in the white judogi, Rodriguez in blue. It's the Shavdatuashvili Butbul contest coming up on mat 2 that I want to have a look at. That's the first of the semi-finals in the under 73 kilo category. The other one is Tommy Amasius of Sweden. He faces Dennis Yartsev of Russia down on mat number 3. We'll see if we can see both of those semi-finals, and it gives me a chance to say hello to Lars Hallberg of Sweden. Thanks very much for tuning. I hope that you're having a good day.
Well, Maro has the advantage of height here. He's looking very powerful out there for the German, and obviously the other advantage is that she's on home turf, which with this crowd supporting her all the way, couldn't ask for any more. Rodriguez Sara really finding it difficult to stop. Extreme right arm that comes over the top, as you can see, the elbow in the air, but still very powerful. More or less overshadowing Rodriguez. Now you would say that Uchimata there with the elbow tucked up in the air would be
awkward.
Very awkward, but doesn't ooze power at all, but very unorthodox style of gripping. But it still seems to be effective. Once again, you just felt that the elbow was tucked in under the armpit, the Uchimata would flow much more easier. Again, Xochimaro. Well, as you can see, the Spaniard holding that sleeve down, that right sleeve that the German wants to come over the top with. Ouchi with a combination of the Ouchi Uchimata attempts there.
Mercifully, the drummers have decided to take a break. I'm not sure for how long though. Just thumping for a moment there.
Well, it's definitely the danger for Rodriguez is that right hand, as you can see.
Ooh.
She digs in.
Round the back here.
But there's a attempt.
There it goes.
Yes!
Yeah.
Well, the right arm, instead of being high, slipped underneath. She hooked in and a big Osota, but it turned into a big harai. Well, she was always threatening it right from the beginning. Rodriguez desperately trying to counter, as you could see. Kosota actually was trying, pulling, but just didn't have the power. And the German coach at the back, you can see, and well, it tells the story. So it was the hooking in with the Ouchigari. She let it go straight across. It looked to be the Taitoshi, but I think at the end, the Uchimata was there that finished it off. Yes, it was Uchimata that finished it at the end. The leg went up the middle. Brave. She must have felt the control, because it was brave from hooking in with the Ouchigari to letting that leg go and stepping across to finish it. So, great win there.
Right, what have we got coming up next? Guillaume Chain of France to face Magdiel Estrada of Cuba. Meanwhile, it's Igor Vantka and Marcello Contini of Brazil. And then down on mat number 1, we've got the quarterfinal between Dorin Gotanoaga of Moldavia up against Etienne Briand of Canada. That one is about to go into golden score there. Just thinking about Tommy Macias and Denis Yartsev coming up next, or Toha Butbul or Lasha Shavdatuashvili. Neither of them are on the mat as yet, but in the event that things happen quickly, then we'd have to jump back here. So maybe we'll just stick here with Chain and Estrada.
Whoa, well, that's
Yeah.
a nice lift there from Shane.
Is that a good
And I
long
think
look?
it was
Yeah,
Ippon.
he had a good long look.
Osakomi, well, they have down
Yeah, I know.
Ippon.
Yeah.
He's calling, well, I
called
suppose it's
Osakomi.
best until the
Yeah.
care system have checked out the Ippon, because the last thing you want
Yeah.
is it being changed, and you
Yeah.
could have had that opportunity to finish it, and there was.
Yeah.
So
Ippon for me was the right.
Ippon definitely,
Decision,
but
yeah.
for Chain, excellent bit of judo
I'm
there,
I'm
because
hanging on, mate. I'm seeing
I'm
what's
staying
happening.
here. I'm in Osakomi. I'm not
Yeah.
letting it up in case the care system changes. So an excellent result and well played.
So we've got the first semi-final in the under 73 kilo category. Tommy Macias of Sweden. He faces Denis Iyatsev of Russia. It's Macias in the white judogi, Iyatsev in blue.
Auf der Matte kann jetzt das Halbfinale der Männer bis 73 Kilogramm.
In the right corner of your screen there, you can see a Swedish flag being waved. I've just unfurled that now. It's a big one, and it's almost under the other Swedish flag that we've got hanging up in the rafters there. You can see that. Right, here we go. We saw one Macias earlier on, didn't we, Christopher?
Yes, and now we
He
have
tumbled out. Here's the brother.
Iyatsev in the blue from Russia, and Macias of Sweden in the white. It's the semi-final, the 73s. And consider it's a really tough weight catch when you look 32 athletes. You've got Tommy Macias here in the semi-final now, battling away for a place in the final. Iyatsev there, looking a little bit defensive out there. Oh yes! Oh,
Wow.
well, what a counter-attack! Fantastic. Well, that's what you call judo. Iyatsev there just played a waiting game. Oso Tagari there for the Swede as he stepped across. A big Osota Makakomi. He hooked in, and all a real Osota Makakomi. Oh, wonderful. Ippon. Fantastic judo.
Well, that's the first of the semi-finals in the under 73 kilo category. I think we've got another one about to begin on mat 2. That's Lasha Shavdatuashvili of Georgia. He'll face Tohar Butbul of Israel. It'll be Shavdatuashvili in white and Butbul in blue. That's Contini and Vantka just finishing off there. Igor Vantka of Germany has won that repechage contest. We'll see him in the bronze medal match. But the next two on the mat will be Shavdatuashvili for Georgia in white, Butbul for Israel in blue. The winner of this will face Denis Iyatsev in the final, and Loretta was just purring there over that big technique to finish.
Oh, I just love when you see judo like that. Absolutely love it. It just makes my day. Well, Butbul has fought really well throughout the day, and Shavdatuashvili, well, you've expected, he's the number 1 seed, and I think the expectations was for him to be in the final of this competition, but Butbul has fought really hard to get to this semi-final, and I don't think he's going to give any respect here at all. He's wanting this final position, and I think he's going to go out to try and take this. He's up against obviously a tough opposition, but on form I think Football has actually fought better throughout the day.
The winner on match 1, in white for Hungary, Ungvari Attila.
Osotogari there from the Georgian, attempting the Kosoter as a combination. Well, Butbol in his quarter-final dominated all the way through, and I think this is something he has to do in this contest. He has to start taking a little bit of control, and what he's doing is giving Georgia the upper hand here in this contest. Ochigari attempt there from the Georgian, switching across for the Osoto. He's not letting up at all, and the Israeli is just on the back foot all the time. He's just surviving and reacting off the Georgians' attacks. So 2 Shidos now for Butbol. Two minutes left in this contest, and it just looks like he really doesn't have the confidence out there against Sharadachvili.
Well, Aaron Turner of Great Britain ruffled Butbul's feathers early on in the first minute and a half kind of
He
thing.
fought really well against him.
And then Butbul kind of settled and came towards the end of the contest, and then once they got into golden score, you know, he was able to pull something out of the bag, if you like. I'm not sure he's going to be able to treat Shavdatoashvili in the same way. We've got a little over a minute 20 left to go, and Shavdatoashvili just looks too technically adept for him, and Butbul is struggling.
And it's a different match altogether. When Butbul was in the quarterfinals, he totally demanded respect in the contest, and he took control right from the beginning. Here, he's just on the receiving end all the time. He's never instigated anything right from the beginning of this contest. And it could be a matter of picking up the next Shido for being very defensive. He's really disengaged in this contest completely. And I think we could be looking at a Hansokumaki here. And we are. So Butbol takes the third Shido, and a result in that is the Hansokumaki. And the Georgian goes through to the final of the men's 73s.
He did look as though it was a bit of a struggle for him, didn't he? Right, we're going to go down to mat number 3. Because on mat number 3 we've got the semi-final in the under 63 kilo category between Clarisse Agbegninu of France. She faces Lucy Renshall of Great Britain. It's Agbegninu in the white judogi, Renshall in blue. We're moving away from mat number 2, despite the fact that we've got the world and Olympic champion on there, Tina Trsteniak. She's involved in a repechage contest with Stefania Dobre of Romania, and the reason that we're moving from there is neither of those two can win the event. They're in the repechage contest. One of these is going to go into the final, so we're really looking at it because one of these is going into the final.
Well, this would be a fantastic win here for Renshall of Great Britain. Obviously on paper Agbegninu is the stronger of the two and very powerful athlete, and this will be a real tester for Renshall. Agbegninu there, high collar grip, looking for the Kochi. Renshall's head down, picks up a Shido for a defensive posture. Well, she's got that arm round the back, but really is just surviving out there at this moment. Well, that's the right hand we know that Renshaw is very effective with. And she hooks in, but seems to be a little bit apprehensive out there with her French opponent. She looks for the Niwas, and we know she's very clever down there. She can work, and you can see she's wrapping up the upper part, the head there. And that's looking very effective indeed. And as she rotates, and I think this is, oh, she just lost the leg control. But nevertheless, a good bit of Niwas are there for Lucy Renshaw. Now Clarita. Oh, goodness. Well, a good.
She's had to tap out there.
Oh, well,
she's hurt. The elbow is hurt.
Well, oh no, that doesn't look comfortable at all there for Lucy Renshaw.
Right, let's go to mat number 2. We're going to have a look and see what's happened with Tina Tersteniak and Stefania Dobra. I'm going to let Loretta Cusack-Doyle, she's going to wander down to Matt's side and have a look and see what's happened, if you like. Or shall I do it? Okay. I'm going to leave you with the semi-final in the under 60 kilo category. This is on the other side here. Nabekura Nami of Japan faces Martina Traidos of Germany. It's Nabekura in white, Traidos in blue, and I'll have a look and see what's happened with Lucy.
Well, we'll give you an update on Lucy, but it didn't look comfortable for her. And we do hope that she will be okay, and we'll just investigate on that. But while we do, Nabekura here of Japan in the white, Traidos of Germany in the blue. This is the semi-final of the under 63s, the top half of the draw, the first semi-final. And Traidos there driving her Japanese opponent over there, looking, she's got the head, she's really driving on it. Nabekura there did very well to escape from what was looking a very difficult and a very uncomfortable situation. Well, that left hand high up and round the back, so deep, very close to the belt. As she draws in with the Uchimata, the Kochi, lovely attack, those long legs, very effective as she throws there for a Wazari against Nabekura. And she looks up quite comfortably and composed to make sure that the score has gone on the right side. So now a nice comfortable lead.
Well, Lucy's got a little bit of movement in the elbow, so they're going to take her away and have another look. It's when it doesn't move at all that you're in serious trouble, but she's got a little bit of movement in there, and our doctor has taken her away to have a look, and she's gone off with Kate Howie as well. Here's Loretta again.
Well, that's a little bit of good news, so hopefully it's not too serious for Lucy Renshaw, who's had such a great innings here today, and also a fortnight ago in Paris is doing extremely well, so we don't hope it's too serious for her. But we hear Nabekura, who's trailing with a Wazari that was scored with the Kochi, deep Kochi Gareo Traidos of Germany. Excellent execution of an Ashiwaza, and as you can see that left hand that goes in very deep. She draws in with the Uchimata, but it was the same position she was in when she'd scored with the Kochi. And Nabekura there looking for some Niwaza. Traidos holding on to that leg, so making it very difficult for the Japanese to turn her over. Well, that left hand in is hooking there. It's a real battle who can actually get in first with the throw. Nabakura looking for a counter, but Trados anticipated that very nicely and switched direction. Again, the Kosota you're looking at there from Trados. Still remaining a very comfortable lead, 33 seconds left, just over a half a minute. Nebakura with Shido on the board and now looking for any opportunity in the ground. Now, is this a risky move for her? Considering the clock is ticking away, will she get the result that she's wanting? Well, she's desperately trying, but I think the German is going to be just far too strong for her. So seconds left, and it's looking like Trados will go into the final of the women's 63s.
Single score by Martina Trados of Germany takes her into the bronze medal match. Now we can stay here because there's a repechage contest on mat 1 and on mat 3, so we can stay here to watch the contest in the under 70 kilo category between Sandra Diedrich of Germany. She faces Lola Mansour of Belgium. It's Diedrich in the white judogi, Mansour in blue. We've just seen Martina Trados make her way into the final. I wonder if the Germans can get another bit of luck and have another chance for a medal, albeit the bronze. I don't think Diedrich would be entirely disappointed if she came away from Düsseldorf with a medal.
Well, the Germans have had a really good performance throughout the weight categories. This crowd has obviously been a wonderful support for them. Very noisy support as well, as I may say.
Well, as much as I'd like to settle down and watch the repechage contest, we got another semi-final taking place with Marie-Yves Gahi of France. She faces Giovanna Sochimaro of Germany. It's the semi-final in the under 70 kilo category. So, Mr. Matthias, let's go down to mat number 3 if we can, Chief. Thanks very much. Semi-final, I'm afraid, has to take precedence over the repechage contest.
Was very convincing in her quarter-final and just glided her way into the semi-final with ease. And that was against Nizoi of Japan. Wasn't an easy match, but she made it look very easy. And as you can see, that deep grip over the back as she hooks in for an Osota. Chimaro there with the Osotogari, but was very lucky not to be countered from the French. Deep Osota. Both very gutsy entries into these attacks. In fact, both leaving themselves very vulnerable for the counter. Well, an Ippon hooked in for the Osota, but then had the Ippon Cianagi movement with the upper body, so was leaving her options open there, Gai. Shido picked up for the German. So Chimaro looking there with the Ouchi, still really needs to take control of her opponent's upper body. It's reacting all the time. Oh, lovely count. Oh, she just buried her there.
He's obviously been working out with Agbegnanu to similar style. That was terrific, wasn't it?
Nice
Really was.
Technique, definitely.
It was a little bit like Iyatsev as far as the anticipation for what was coming.
Well, Sachimaro was always attacking, but she was always weak on the upper body. And there again, you saw another attack with the Osota. The arm was over, but there was really no control. She threw that arm in, and Gai there just capitalised on it. It was an excellent. She played the waiting game, and it was worth waiting for, as you could see, the Kosa Tagat. Fantastic.
Right, well, that's all the judo that we've got for you on mat number 3. We're going to go down to mat number 2. We're going to pick up the action in the contest between Sandra Diedrich of Germany and Lola Mansour of Belgium. There's, unfortunately for Diedrich, just a few seconds left in that contest. And it's Lola Mansour who's picked up the single score. That'll be enough to take her into the bronze medal contest. That's the end of the day for Sauni, I'm afraid. But we're here in time to watch the semi-final in the under 70 kilo category. That's coming up next. Arai Chizuru of Japan will face Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands. It'll be Arai in the white judogi and van Dijk in the blue.
As we know, is a very strong athlete. She's got a real height advantage here, but she's very powerful with it. Even though she's tall, she has that power that she can generate her attacks through. So it's not, it's, for me, this could go either way. Arai has had a great performance. And she opts for, instead of coming high up, for the lapel grip, and as you can see, she's dancing around there, opening, making her opponent, making Sané very light on her feet, creating that opportunity for the Ashiwazas. And this is where Van Dijk has got to be careful. She has to clamp her opponent down and not allow her to be so light on her feet, because that will be the danger for Sané. As you can see, that dancing on the feet, making Sané light on her toes, and the Ashiwazas will be there. So Van Dirk needs to stay quite solid and power in.
For Georgia, Ampako Avaliani. In white for Portugal, Andri Egutice.
Yeah, apologies about the horns blasting out. There's very little we can do about them, I'm afraid.
So the left hand in there for Aray, nice and controlled. Sané comes through. You see that left around the right around the back, trying to draw her opponent onto those hips with the Uchimata or Uchimata that we've seen in previous matches from the Dutch. Again, that right hand around just under the arm there, but the inside grip is from Aray, but she's changed her tactics here, and I don't think this is a good one for her, because I quite like the idea she was very light in her feet, but what she had was that freedom to be able to skip across. But Uchimata, wonderful attack there. Well, Sané made the mistake of staying very light. She needed to clamp, and she allowed Aray's feet to move and skip in for that Uchimata. Lovely, lovely attack. Ochi, as you can see, a nice bounce. The mistake there was Sané coming round the back. She drove forward. She left herself a base very wide, and that was the mistake, just there. And it was just on the plate for it for the Uchimata. It was just a matter of rotating and changing direction.
The stretch for this attempted Tani Otoshi is way too far.
Overstretch, had no power off that attack.
Right, that is all the judo that we've got for you on mat number 2. It's all down to mat number 1 now, and we are down there to see the contest in the under 81 kilo category, repechage between Henri Egotidze of Portugal. He faces Ambako Avaliani of Georgia. It's Egotidze in the white judogi, Avaliani in blue. They both sound like Georgian names to me. I said that I was going to ask either Egotidze himself or our Georgian announcer about the background. I'm going to do that whilst Loretta gives you the commentary on this one.
Well, as you can see there, powerful grip from the Portuguese Egotidze. Avalani there with the left lapel as he throws that right arm across the head. Well, Avalani slightly defending there, but capitalizes on a very poor attack from the Portuguese Egotidze. .42 seconds left in this contest. It's a very close match, a good counter, but then that wrap over, as you can see, as the Makakomi And as you can see, he's looking for a score, and it should be. I feel that it was there. Because it was the Makakomi. He had that arm and he wrapped it over. It'd be interesting to see that a little bit later. Kosota, he came over the side once more, but as we saw earlier on, he was able to rotate, but I suppose he maybe landed to first, which meant that the score couldn't be given to the Georgian. So seconds left, and we're now going to be looking at going into the golden score. One Shido to Avalani of Georgia. We'll see with here as he counted. No, he actually landed and then rotated over in the Niwaza. It wasn't a continuous, there was a bit of a break there. Stop and roll. We're now into the golden score, 12 seconds in. An attempt from Equites, the drop Cianagi. Koshiguruma. We saw that a little bit earlier on in the first minute of this contest. It looked very dangerous indeed, and now just seen it again. Siotoshi attempt. Avalani there just looking a little bit passive. He's got to be very careful that he doesn't pick up a Shido. A drop Cianagi with very poor attack. Very lucky that that didn't cost him a Shido into a Hara, but trying to attempt a Makakomi off it, but lost all upper body control on that technique. Whether so 54 seconds into this golden score. I'm not quite sure. The referee has seen something here, and you always get a bit concerned that they ask them to tidy up. And yes, the Shido will be awarded Avalani of Georgia for passivity. So Portugal goes through to the final of the bronze medal. So now we have the semi-final of the men's 81 kilos.
Next contest is semi-final for men under 81 kilos.
Jetzt das erste Halbfinale der Männer bis 81 Kilogramm.
Please welcome in blue for Hungary, Ungvari Attila. In white for Moldova, Dorin Kotonuaga.
Kotonoga of Moldova in the white, Ungvari of Hungary in the blue. This is the semi-final of the 81 kilo category.
It's unusual that we're going to get to see both of them. You've got one on one mat, one on another, but we've got them back to back here, so that's nice if you're just joining us, or even if you've been watching all day, and we'll see what happens.
Otonoga there picking up his first Shido. Antila Ungavari looking the stronger of the two. Is really nice, strong posture. Moves quite elegantly around the mat, very light and open his judo is. Drops Sianagi there. Good attack. 1 minute and just under halfway left now in this contest, the semi-final of the men's 81 kilos. Well, Gotonoga really lovely drop. Sianagi sadly just didn't get the finish of it, just lost the control right at that last pinnacle point of the technique. But nevertheless, it was most probably one of the best attacks in this contest so far. Gavari there with the kochi, stumbling his opponent down into the niwaza. Trying to lighten and open up his opponent, the kochi nice and deep, but just overstretched himself, leaving that back leg too far to drive off of. Again, nice and light on his feet, looking for the ashiwazas. Trying to gain a bounce off the Moldovan. Taitoshi again, very deep, but left his upper body control poor. And a counter there from the Moldovan. Well, the Moldovan was just not as sharp there on the off the mat.
Ungvari wanted them to penalise Gotonoaga there for a false attack, but it was a failed attack. His hand slipped and he ended up missing him completely. I didn't think that was a false attack.
No.
Ungvari would have loved to have had them give him a third penalty. That would have been it, wouldn't it?
That's it. He's got two now and he's in a very dangerous situation, but Ungvari very light on his feet. He creates some really nice opportunities for the ashiwazas, but hasn't really, he's overstretched himself. He's been there, he's used the ashiwazas, but they've not been as effective because he's left himself too far away from his opponent. He needs to, when he's light, engage in before attacking, and he's light, but he tends to either step away and then attack, which meant there's no drive off the back leg to follow through with the ashiwazas. But here is a little bit of nice niwaza, and the shimiwaza's on. Well, that was a lovely finish. 42 seconds into the golden score. Well, if you're going to win, you win like that.
Ungvari Attila wins the first of the semi-finals in the under 81 kilo category, defeating Dorin Gotonoaga of Moldavia. There's the little turnover where he takes control. He's going to slip the left hand underneath now. Here it is.
Well, he was very clever down there, because what he did, he came under the waist looking for the wrap, which took the attention away from his opponent.
Because he's thinking about the turnover, for
he's
the
thinking of the
Osaikomi,
turnover, where is his torso that is under attack. And then within that split second where he changed, he then went for the shimiwaza. It was a nice combination there that was very effective.
We come now to the last contest of the opening part of the day. Day 2 it is. It's the second semi-final in the under 81 kilo category, and it features Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. He's up against Aslan Lapinigov of Russia. Ivanov in the white judogi, Lapinigov in blue.
Like we said, this is the last match of the first part of this day, and we'll be going into the final block later on. But who will be the last semi-final athlete?
Well, for me, even though Ivanov may be on paper the higher seed, I think that's the way it is. Ivelo Ivanov is the number 2 seed. For me, Lapinagov is a real handful, the Russian, and he could cause him some problems. We'll see. We'll see what happens anyway. But that's where those are my initial thoughts. That favourite on paper,
yes,
Ivanov, but in reality, when they go head to head, Lapinagov may prove a real handful.
They have real depth, don't they, in the Russian judo?
At that weight category as well, 81,
very, very strong weight category.
Olympic champion, they've got 81.
Yes. So for him to come out at this position, representing it, he's got to be good. It was close there with the Uchimata.
One of the twins is current Olympic champion Hassan Karl Mazayev. We saw Hussein. We may see him tomorrow, I think. Hussein, the brother. You couldn't tell because they're identical. Absolutely identical twins. Can't tell them. One's 81, one's 90.
I bet they play a few games with that.
Well, we've speculated as to how it would work out and for whom it would work well. But we haven't been able to come up with the answer. So we suspect that it hasn't happened.
Well, Lapinigov there looks to have the stronger controlling grip at this moment.
Single Shido against Ivanov. 2 minutes and change left to go.
Well, just almost on the halfway mark now, and it is a very close match between these two athletes. Ivanov, obviously on paper, the stronger athlete, but not looking that strong against this Russian. Lapinigov, Sumigesh attempt.
Things were thrown into a mess when the number 1 seed was tumbled out in round 2. Frank de Wit of the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, that was a real sort of shock for everybody.
And Kramkov tumbled immediately after that. The destroyer of de Wit. He left the tournament.
Well, 37 athletes. That's a really tough weight category, isn't it? There's quite a few you could choose from to be in the final top 6 that you're looking at.
Yeah. Second penalty picked up by Ivanov. Minute 20 odd left to go.
Well, that right hand now that's very close on the back, deep in, there's a good control in, and can he do something with it? I think he's playing a bit of a waiting game here. He's waiting for a reaction off the Russian, but I don't think the Russian's falling into that trap. He can sense that by putting in an ochi, he was showing the leg for an ashiwaza, and Lapinagov really wasn't taking the bite there. Again, he comes in very deep. As you can see, there's block. The hips come through. Nice attack. Again, Uchimata drive, yes! Well, that says got to be a Wazari for that. That was a nice attack, and 36 seconds left. So good timing as well.
Yeah, the last 40 seconds is the killer blow. It just goes so quickly after that.
Yes. Well, we should see a change of pace now from Ivanov there. Comes over deep, as you can see, he's drawing his opponent's head in. Now he yes!
Yeah, he's come back with a score.
Well, do you know what? That was so close. That was a great Wazari.
Yeah.
That wasn't your sort of equivalent to a Yuko. It could have easily been your Wazari top end Ippon. Now, I'm not quite sure whether the care system will look at it that way, but
no, I think this is a good Wazari.
Very good Wazari. So close to Ippon. Sumigesh attempts seconds to go. Well, it makes this semi-final very exciting indeed, where we thought it was all over and done with just over 30 seconds left in the contest, and Ivanov there just pulled it out of the bag. Uchimata, we thought that was all done and dusted, and then he comes back. Osota right off the side there, driving off. It's that right hand deep into the back and reaches. Whoa, and he did it again, but this time the Russian was waiting for it. He's getting a little bit cocky out there. I think he really needs to sort of calm it down a bit. He got caught once. I doubt if he'll want to get caught with the same technique. Whoa,
there you
lovely.
go. Oh, beauty.
That was nice.
Nice turn.
Real fantastic rotation.
Yeah, good awareness of just how to. Yeah.
It was nice and light, and he timed it perfectly. He threw that arm over the top. Nice.
Another one in golden score? Did you want to see the end of that?
No, and do you know what?
Good, wasn't it?
It was lovely. It was a really nice day, a nice end to the semi-finals, a really nice end as we walk away. So
I think I've banged on enough about the golden score. So for those of you who have been listening, I'm going to try not to mention it too much, but just because it's gone into golden score, or you see a statistic sheet that says there were so many golden scores, doesn't necessarily follow that the contests that made up those statistics weren't that interesting, because I can only think of one in the 2 days that we've been here, almost 2 days, that was okay, we could have done without, but the rest of them have been absolutely perfect. Now, Loretta has been scribbling away busily and filling out the contest sheet, so no doubt she's got some names that we should be looking at in the final block. So I'm going to put her on the spot now and ask her, who should we be looking at?
Well, do you know what? I think the 81 final will be very interesting.
Well, we've just seen Aslan Lapinegov.
Well, we've seen him, but also Ungvari you can't write that young man off. And he's had a really good performance throughout. It's been very consistent.
I just think that Aslan Lapinegov is going to be the absolute wrong style for Ungvari. Lapinegov is so reactive.
Yes.
He's just got...
Ungvari loves the openingness and the ashiwazers, and I think he might just leave himself open. I think this could be, you're possibly right there, it could leave himself open for the counter-attack from that. But
we shall
again,
see. We shall see.
A favourite for me, Ungvari.
Okay, Ungvari.
We've also the 63s. I think was a very impressive weight category. There was a lot of strengths in that 23 athletes, but there was really a lot of depth of competitors. But Agbegbino in the final against Trados, and a German favourite. Well, we've seen how the Germans sort of raised to the pinnacle and winning a gold medal yesterday. Can she follow in those footsteps? And I think based on her performance today, I think she could win this.
And
I
if you
really do.
if you think they made a lot of noise yesterday when Teresa Stoll took the
watch
gold
out.
medal, see what happens if Martina Traidos takes it away from Clarice Agbegninu, who arguably is the second best player in the world at under 63 kilos, because she's finished as runner-up to Tersteniak in all three of the big ones, the World,
Tersteniak,
European and Olympic
hopefully
Games.
Lucy Renshaw, she should be in the bronze medal final, but she's up against the Slovenian, so that could be a very tough one, especially if she's carrying an injury.
I think there's some updated news for fans at home. Lucy has a suspected dislocation and won't be taking part, so
that is sad news.
Lucy's day's
because
done, I'm afraid.
She will be desperately disappointed with that. But 73's final, again, I think that will be a very interesting match. Georgia versus Russia, and very, very similar in fighters, I think. So this could be a real head-to-head. But my favourite is Georgia Shadidashvili, Olympic champion 2012, Olympic bronze medalist when he moved up a weight. He's consistent, he's always there around the medals, and I think he will just edge it today.
Okay.
So there's some exciting fights coming up in the afternoon, the final block. So
What about 70s? Have we got the 70 kilo category women?
Well, Arai of Japan in the final with France, and Gai.
Strong thrower, Eve Marie Gay,
strong
physically
thrower.
stronger than Arai, I think, but Arai may
France
have
could do it.
the touch.
I think France might
We
just
shall
have
see.
the edge. She's had some really good performances, and she's been thrown big. She is. So
Right, it's just after 2 o'clock here. We're going to have a break until 5, so almost 3 hours of free time for you to put your feet up, have several cups of coffee, or do all of that ironing that's been hanging around for you to do on a Saturday afternoon. But from Loretta Cusack Doyle and myself here in Düsseldorf, it's bye-bye for now.
goodbye.